Shut up. What's up, everybody? Now, I know that this has been going on for a minute, so I'm not going to pretend like you guys probably haven't seen it. But what we're going to do is we're going to kind of scrub through a little bit. And what I want to do is just make sure that we kind of get the gist of what's happening here. I mean, we've been watching this trial. I feel like I knew what the, the outcome was going to be. But unfortunately, we're not the judge or the jury. So here we go. We're going to jump into it. Like I said, we're going to listen probably to some of the stuff you guys have already heard. It is so good to see all of you. I feel like when we don't stream, it just feels weird. So it is what it is. But we're back at it again. Back at it again at Krispy Kreme, baby. You know I'm a nerd. That's why you love the channel. Because I'm a nerd. All right, let's get to this, and let me know how the volume is, because we had a little update over here.
The court's sending a computer back for the kind of audio-video files. Got it.
We'll skip all this conversation.
That they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that
I already know the proceedings.
Against many circumstances, execution must unanimous. Here
we go. All right.
We sure did.
Make sure this is normal. How are we doing there?
Mr. Bloodworth, would you like me to publish the slide deck now?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
There you are. Please proceed.
Thank you. Corey Richens feels aggrieved and is thus an intensely ambitious person. She feels aggrieved because growing up, her father was an alcoholic who traded parenting for prison, and her mother a gambler who traded parenting for a casino. Corey Richens thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City. She was not beneath those homeowners, but she felt that she was. This fueled in her an intense desire to appear privileged, affluent, and successful.
That face.
She met Eric Richens. He was a successful business owner. He had money. They had a son, married, and had 2 more sons. Corey Richens was on her way.
Damn it.
But she was unhappy. She wanted to leave Eric Richens, but did not want to leave his money. Their prenuptial agreement meant that if she left him, she would also leave most of his money. So, Corey Richens took $250,000 in equity out of Eric Richens' home without him knowing it, so that she could start her own business and earn enough money to leave Eric Richens. Corey Richens is intensely ambitious. First with Eric's money and then other people's money, Corey Richens carefully curated the facade of a privileged, affluent, successful business owner. Behind the facade, however, Corey Richens was incompetent.
Oh.
She took tremendous risks. She borrowed money by any means necessary at exorbitant rates. She gambled other people's money and lost. Her business was imploding. All the while, Corey Richens was more interested in spending time with Josh Grossman than Eric.
True.
She dreamed of living in the Midway Mansion with Josh, running it as an event center, farming and raising kids.
Mm-hmm.
Eric's kids.
Yep.
But she did not have the money to leave Eric
Nope.
or the money to salvage her business.
But it's not
Corey
about money.
Richens is an intensely ambitious person. She is a risk taker. There was a way forward. Eric had to die.
Who's Deborah Blum? What does she have to do with anything?
As Judge Mrazek just instructed, there are 5 counts. And each count has a series of elements. The state has to prove each count and each element of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our burden. In this closing, we will go count by count, and then within each count, element by element, to show to you how the state has met its burden of proving aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of fraud, and forgery.
They 100% proved it.
That, again, is the reasonable doubt instruction that Judge Mrazek just read, and you will have back with you in the jury room. Judge Mrazek also read this instruction on what evidence is, and it's usually testimony and exhibits. To reiterate, what the attorneys say is not evidence. And as I asked you in opening, please focus on the evidence. Throughout this presentation, I generally use this format for slides. And so everybody understands where we are, the count, and then the element within the count is at the top in the red banner. We then quote some witness testimony, and we cite it because it's the evidence that matters. So that you'll have the exhibits back with you when you deliberate, and you can reference them. Usually it's a transcript, page, line, number of the testimony. We also publish exhibits. And usually we'll have an exhibit number down here. If there's an exhibit, whatever, 2-5, so you can reference it. Let's begin with the aggravated murder count. The evidence will prove that Corey Richens was the person who committed the aggravated murder. The evidence will prove that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richens, here by means of administering to him the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
100%.
She intended to kill him.
And she did.
With the illicit street drugs. It doesn't matter what illicit street drugs. We'll get into it more. It doesn't matter if it was the propofol, if it was the fentanyl that actually killed him, if it was oxy or some other illicit street drugs. She bought illicit street drugs to kill Eric Richens. That's what matters.
Agreed.
That's murder. These 2 elements are just murder. Right? If we hide this, that's a murder charge.
Yep.
Here we have an aggravated murder charge, and the state will prove 2 separate and distinct aggravators. The first is for pecuniary gain. This is a why aggravator. Why did Corey Richens kill Eric? For money. The second aggravator is a how aggravator. How did she do it? Here, by the administration of any substance, here it happens to be fentanyl, but it could be any substance administered in a lethal amount. Either one of those aggravators are what transforms this case from a murder case to an aggravated murder case.
Mm-hmm.
So, first element, was it Corey Richins? Yes. The state has proved that Corey Richins had
Thank you,
the
Kimberly.
means. Here, the fentanyl, the illicit street drugs, the motive here, money, and a fresh start at life, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. She was the only other adult in the home at the time. Nobody else killed Eric Richins.
Yep. Simple. Very simple. It's not rocket science here. It's very clear.
Now, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins by administering the illicit street drugs.
Mm-hmm.
The state will prove with all kinds of evidence, testimony, exhibits, patterns of her behavior,
Yep.
and what each of us know about humans, that she intended to cause Eric's death.
100%.
She intended it probably as early as December the 7th, 2021, when she booked a trip for her and Josh Grossman to the Caribbean for April.
Exactly. How are you going to go on that trip with a husband? Even if you guys weren't together, bro.
People don't book that trip. Corey Richins did not book that trip thinking Eric Richins would be alive in April. She booked it knowing he would not.
Exactly. Preach. Preach. It's not even that hard to prove.
In December, before Eric died, before Corey Richins murdered Eric, she told her friend, Becky Lloyd, in many ways it would be better if he were dead. That proves she intended to cause his death.
Mm-hmm.
This was the New York Life policy that covered the C&E buy-sell agreement. And on January the 1st, 2022, Corey Richins changed the life insurance beneficiary on Cody's policy from Eric to her.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence proves that Corey Richins didn't understand that was Cody's policy.
Mm-hmm.
And when she figured it out, she went ahead and changed it back.
Mm-hmm.
Because she planned to murder Eric. She did not plan to murder Cody. But she planned to murder. Corey Richins asked two people, Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber, for the Michael Jackson drug. Corey Richins was a suburban mother real estate agent. She does not know a lot about the illicit street drug world.
I beg
But
to
she
differ.
knows Michael Jackson died
Of
from
overdose.
taking drugs.
Which I don't believe, by the way. I don't think he
She
overdosed.
doesn't know how to order a street drug, but she knows she wants the Michael Jackson stuff. She knows she wants it because it is lethal, it is fatal, it kills. And she
Exactly.
wanted lethal, fatal death.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. It's clear as day. It's not really debatable. She knew exactly what she was asking for. I personally don't think Michael Jackson
Corey Richins is
overdosed
intensely
himself, by the way.
ambitious. She wanted the perfect life, or at least the appearance of the perfect life.
If he could just go away and you could, oh boy.
For her, that meant Josh Grossman.
Yep, she wanted her man.
But first, Eric had to go away.
Mm-hmm.
So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She told me that she had a friend that wanted,
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
I think she might have asked me for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her M30, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that, and she got the M30.
Right, no.
Okay. She knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
At Corey Richens' request, Carmen Lauber purchased illicit street drugs from Robert Crozier. It's those illicit street drugs that killed Eric Richens. It's those illicit street drugs that Corey used to murder Eric Richens.
Exactly.
And while there may be some question as to whether she specifically ordered fentanyl or she knew she was getting fentanyl, the evidence proves she at least knew it.
Yep.
She wanted fatal, lethal, illicit street drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And all the testimony from Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier, digital forensics, we'll get into it, all confirm that Corey Richens ordered and received illicit street drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And that those street drugs contained fentanyl.
Mm-hmm. Very clear. I just don't know how you could even try to argue that.
Illicit street drugs is all that matters. But you heard the testimony that despite confusion in what people were ordering, people were getting fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
The fake M30s looked like the real, the fake M30s looked like the real M30s. Everything on the street in early 2022 had fentanyl. That's how we know that it was this purchase that ended up killing Eric.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fentanyl. We can trace the fentanyl. Next slide. The digital forensics corroborate Carmen Lauber's testimony that 5 days before Corey Richens murdered Eric Richens, Carmen Lauber purchased for Corey Richens fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yep. It's clear as day, brother.
The call detail records show an extraordinary amount of overlapping communication between Carmen Lauber, Corey Richens, Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier during that time. We, of course, don't have the communications. Carmen Lauber deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal. Corey Richens deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal and a murder. Robert Crozier said he had lost his phone.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an extraordinary number of communications.
It's not that hard to figure out, man. And it's really sad.
We know that Corey Richens, the evidence proves that Corey Richens used a Moscow Mule and a shot to administer the fentanyl to Eric.
What did I say?
She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened the night she murdered Eric.
Mm-hmm.
It's a self-serving journal. We'll discuss that down the road.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
But she wrote Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot.
I told you guys from the
That is
beginning.
consistent with all the toxicology.
From the frickin' beginning, I told you guys that.
Again, in the notes that investigators recovered from the kitchen cabinet in Corey Richens' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum. She left out the main ingredient, which of course is the ginger beer. But there was
Whoops.
Ginger
Sorry
beer. We
about
know that from the cock and bull
The what?
that OME investigator Cam Sessions found in the trash can
The what?
in the kitchen.
The cock and bull?
It's interesting that Corey Richards wrote vodka in parentheses rum.
Should I leave?
The evidence may show that the Moscow Mule she made that night was ginger beer and fentanyl.
Yep. She made a drink for him to
The lemon
celebrate
shot,
and kill him.
drop
I'm tell-
shot. Maybe lemon and fentanyl.
Cock and Bull is a brand. I gotta go. Cock and Bull.
Notice that here she writes drink in bed. We'll come back to that in a minute.
YouTube's not gonna like that one. Cock and Bull. No,
The
thank
cock
you.
and bull, as I mentioned, corroborates at least the Moscow Mule.
Hey, I'll take a cock and bull, baby. Not funny. This
And then
isn't
we
funny.
know
That
the
part was
cause
funny
of
though.
death from the death certificate was fentanyl.
That's it.
The fentanyl and the illicit street drugs that Corey Richards got from Carmen Lauber, who got from Robert Crozier.
It's so cut and dry, man. I don't think you really have any right to argue.
We know that Eric ingested the fentanyl from the Moscow Mule, the lemon drop shop, or both.
Exactly. Probably both, just to be sure. She probably did it in
Medical
both.
examiner Dr. Pamela Ulmer, toxicologist Brianna Peterson, chief medical examiner Dr. Eric Christensen, all testified that the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, an extraordinary amount,
Yep.
in his stomach indicates oral
Ingestion, exactly. Which means she probably crushed it or turned it into liquid.
Indeed, Dr.
put it in
Christensen
there.
not only testified to it, he told Corey Richards that in their phone call that she recorded.
Exactly. Can tell. It's not that crazy. It's pretty cut and dry for me. I don't know about you guys, but I've thought this from the very beginning. This all feels very similar, very easy to see. And that's as simple as you can make it. I don't know.
Ms. Peterson's testimony, as well as Dr. Christensen, also proves that the fentanyl was illicit. Again, illicit coming from the street, illegal street drug, illicit fentanyl. And it was their testimony, right, was that there was not only fentanyl in the toxicology, but there was norfentanyl, which was a marker of an illicit fentanyl. There's also acetyl fentanyl as well. But it's the norfentanyl that is a marker of illicit fentanyl, which completely tracks with how Corey Richards got the illicit street drugs.
It's a perfect. You can follow the trail backwards. That's the problem. It's like Alex. It's too perfect.
We also know that Corey Richards intended to kill Eric Richards because the toxicology contained quetiapine.
Your Honor, we may have lost the audio.
Let's reset. My apologies.
We did not lose audio. We cool, man. We cool. What you smiling for? You freaking no forehead moving jerk? Forehead can't even go like this. Can't do this and have wrinkles because you got some going across here. Can't even do this.
Morphine is an antipsychotic medication.
Last one. What is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's a prescription mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha.
The quetiapine in the toxicology for Eric Richards shows that Corey Richards was involved because she was prescribed quetiapine. Now, this conversation that she recorded with Dr. Christensen is also very insightful. She pretends to not know what quetiapine is.
That's just,
It's her
covering her
prescription.
tracks. How would you not
Of
know?
course
He's
she
taking that.
knows what it is. She pretends to not know what it is to cover up her involvement in putting the quetiapine inside Eric's body. She feigns the ignorance.
It's over. Oh, is that funny?
She covers up her conduct in murdering Eric Richins
Writing in
in
her
several
notebook.
ways throughout, beginning the night she murdered him, all the way through the walk the dog letter.
Documented
In the
for
orange notebook,
it being found.
she writes, she jumped out of bed, ran, turned on the lights, grabbed her phone, and called 911.
Oh, she did not.
The evidence proves that is not true.
There you go.
The evidence proves that when she returned to their bedroom, Corey Richins says she was in Ashton's room. There's no evidence of that. But she returned from somewhere to their bedroom, unlocked her phone, put it on speaker. There's no call detail records showing a call at that time. But she may have called on Wi-Fi. Somebody. That would not appear in the call detail records.
Is that
It would
funny?
appear on her phone if her phone had not been deleted.
Objection, Your Honor. These are facts that are not.
Please
Oh.
have a seat.
Blocked by
She then
James.
unlocked her phone again at 3:08, 3:10, 3:15, 3:19, 3:19. And then 15 minutes later, she called 911. That is not immediately called 911.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Who'd you call?
Perhaps she was staging the scene during these 15 minutes.
Exactly.
We're going to discuss the 911 call in a minute. This is a receiver activation.
How can you do this and then
At
pretend like you didn't
3:22:12.
and make stupid ass faces like that?
When we're in the 911 call, she's on receiver on her phone. The 911 call operator asks her, "Are you on speakerphone?" She says yes. No. She's on receiver.
It tells you when you're on speakerphone and not? That's crazy. I didn't know that. How do you even know that?
Before we play,
Oh.
before we play this,
Before we play
sorry.
this.
We're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a black widow.
Damn, son.
Listen to
Yeah,
how
make that
Corey
damn face.
Richins on the 911 call immediately
She's looking at the jury, too.
presents, very soon after the call begins, presents her alibi narrative.
You don't got no damn freaking wrinkles
Listen
in your
to
forehead.
how she tells the 911 dispatcher where she was when Eric died.
There you go.
She is distancing herself.
Yes.
Rather than, he's not breathing, he has no pulse, I have to figure out what to do, I need help. She's saying, hey, look, I was not there, I was in my son's room.
Yeah, why would you even say that?
That's her alibi. She's distancing herself from the time and the place that she murdered Eric.
You're so dumb. The jury, or you're not a main character. You don't even have wrinkles where your eyebrows are.
The 911 call operator asks her to perform CPR. Notice how she distances herself from that. No, I don't know how. No, he's too heavy. No, I can't move him.
She doesn't want to touch him.
She is not immediately trying to revive him. We're going to run a clock from the time that the dispatcher asks her if she can start CPR to the time she purportedly starts it.
She wanted him to die.
It's 6 minutes.
Yep. She didn't want any chance of him surviving that. It's just like Lori and
Listen, please,
Alex.
to the portion of the 911 call where the operator instructs Corey Richens how to remove Eric from the bed.
When she says no a million times. That
Listen
she can't.
how the dispatcher says, move to the side of the bed. Corey Richens says she does. Remove the pillows. Pull the arm, pull the leg, lift up the sheath, pull him off. If Corey Richens is following the instructions of the 911 dispatcher, Eric Richens' body is on the floor on the side of the bed, not the foot of the bed where it was found. Listen also to her choice of language. She has dehumanized Eric Richens.
Yep.
When she is talking about removing Eric from the bed and she is protesting and she is saying she cannot, she is not saying, I can't move him.
She says it.
She is saying, I can't move it. Eric is no longer a him to him. She murdered Eric. Eric is an it.
Exactly.
Finally, listen to when she says she is performing CPR and the phone is on speaker.
She's pissing me off, bro. I'm getting pissed off.
The phone's not on speaker.
I don't like making fun of people, but she's pissing me off.
Determine whether she's performing CPR.
She's pissing me off.
Okay, Scott.
I need to chill out. She's pissing me the hell off.
I'm not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in the bed, in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. And he's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
Why are you so zoomed in on the damn crotch? Zoom out, Court
TV. Are you right by
TV.
your husband right now?
Love you guys, but chill.
Okay.
That's someone's
listen
crotch,
carefully.
brother.
Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground? I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? Yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath from me. I'm here with you.
Dude, you'd be frantically doing CPR even if you didn't know how. You've seen enough damn movies to do it.
He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse?
How do you know that?
No.
How do you know that? Save his life. I didn't know court TV was zooming in on crotches, bro.
Okay, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready? Okay, he's on the floor.
He's on the bed.
Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
Let me try.
Why does she have to be on a flat surface on the floor? Why didn't they just do it on the bed? I don't know anything about CPR like that, but I would have started. It doesn't matter. I'd be doing it until they got there. I don't care if they're passed away. I'm doing CPR till somebody shows up to take over.
His spots on it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
I'm here with you.
You said he didn't have a
You're
pulse.
not able to move him to the floor?
Go out. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister.
You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them.
No, he's just too heavy.
Is he still on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress?
Yes.
Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
3 minutes go by. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You haven't done a damn thing.
I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's just...
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet.
Okay.
Slide them towards you
Judge knows, bro. He knows.
until they're just off the bed.
He knows, bro. He knows. We can all feel it.
How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed?
I'm pulling.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall.
Man,
We just
fucking
need to help
do
them
it
out.
already, Corey. There's no way 5 minutes goes by.
I
You
have
don't
the
work.
ambulance on the way.
Pull with
I just
all
need
your
you
might.
to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Adrenaline would be in you. You'd be
Okay,
able
stay
to
alive.
pull
Okay,
him to the
go,
floor.
We just need to start CPR now.
Such a lie. There's no freaking way you couldn't pull him
You are
off.
doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
There's no way you couldn't do it.
You got him on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's how you know she
carefully,
wasn't
okay?
rushing.
Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's calm now.
Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay?
Okay.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Okay.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay? Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep.
How would you know how to
Okay,
do
start counting out loud so I can count with you, okay?
She doesn't want him to live.
We're
That's
gonna
why she
count
waited.
1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
Simple as that.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4.
She's not even doing it. I guarantee you she didn't do it. Guarantee you she's not even doing it.
Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's locked.
She's so
I
calm
need you to
now.
go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
She's so calm. Exactly. Puzzling.
Yeah, it's unlocked.
Exactly. It's
unlocked
bullshit.
now?
They're not even doing it.
Yeah, he's here.
They're not. I would be fighting
Okay.
with everything in me. If I was a little 5-foot woman, I would have so much adrenaline. I'd be trying to save. I don't care if my husband was 3 times my size. I would go adrenaline mode trying to save his life. She probably didn't even do CPR. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet she didn't put her damn hands on him?
Protesting. It was part of the 6-minute delay in Corey Richards performing CPR.
Exactly.
I can't move it. It is just dead weight.
Yeah, she didn't want to even risk saving his life with CPR. Probably didn't even attempt it.
Contrast that 911 call with her self-serving text message to her best friend, Chelsea Barney. I tried so fucking hard to save him, his lifeless body on my bedroom floor. I pumped so damn hard, screaming at him to come back to life, that
When
I
was that?
needed him.
Yep. When did you say that? You were on the freaking phone the whole time.
None of that happened.
Exactly. Yes. Hell yeah.
She's covering up
Mm-hmm.
her involvement
Mm-hmm.
in murdering Eric Richards.
Mm-hmm. Just destroying her. Come back from that.
Recall the alibi narrative at the beginning of the 911 call. Her letting the 911 operator and everyone know that she was not with Eric when he died. I was somewhere else.
Yep. And you were recorded the rest
I
of
was
the time.
distant in place and time. When she calls her father-in-law, Eric's dad, Gene Richards,
Who's in the room?
what does she say right at the outset? I was sleeping with Ashley and I came into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Gene, I wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't me.
Yep. It wasn't me.
When Eric's sister Katie arrives, he wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I was in Ashton's room. He was having nightmares. I wasn't there.
So detailed.
It was not me.
So detailed too.
Her alibi. Her cover-up.
Yeah, defense, bring your ass. Got nothing. Eric
This
and I put
is
the kids to bed around 9 p.m.
written
We had a
form
drink
that-
around 9:15 to celebrate work. No, she gave him a drink to kill him. Brushed our teeth around 9:30.
Sheriff's deputies
Damn it.
gave Corey Richards early morning of March 4th to write out what happened. It says, describe in detail what you saw, know, or heard of the incident. Where does she start? Eric and I put the kids to bed around 9 p.m. We had a drink. In Corey Richards' mind, that's when the incident started. It was the drink, and she knew it because
Exactly.
she put the fentanyl in the drink. She didn't start with, I walked into the bedroom at 3 a.m. My husband was
Yep.
not breathing
Exactly.
and cold.
Exactly.
Describe
Exactly.
the incident. The incident for her begins around 9:15 when she has the drink, because she knows that is in fact when the incident began.
Exactly. That's when she poisoned him. Right then and there. And she probably made his drink for him to be positive. Exactly. She wanted to celebrate her house closing,
And
so she
then
gives him the
more of her
drink.
self-serving alibi narrative. It wasn't me. I wasn't there. Before she gets into really what matters.
Yep. What's it like to be under the microscope now? He's literally got
Intentionally or
sniped.
knowingly caused the death of Eric Richards. We know it was intentional because she planned the immediate reaction. When she spoke with Eric's sister, Katie, Very shortly after, medical examiners rolled Eric Richens' body out of his home for the last time. She told Katie that she was going to plan the she was going to follow through with the purchase of the Midway mansion. She was going to sell the home that she was living in. And she had a plan for running Eric's business, C&E.
Yep. Pretty quick turnaround there.
The morning of Eric's death. She had those plans in place because she knew she was going to murder Eric.
Exactly. Now you're the
She had already
CEO,
thought
huh?
about not only murdering him, but what I'm doing immediately after murdering him.
Kill him and then become boss.
Her plan with the Midway mansion is consistent with her dream of living there with Josh Grossman, running it as an event center, farming and raising Eric's kids.
Exactly. With her lover.
Her plan to sell the home she lived in proves that she had no idea that home was in a trust. And she couldn't sell it. Her plan on running Eric Richens' half of C&E shows that she did not understand the buy-sell agreement, the life insurance coverage on the buy-sell agreement, or that life insurance coverage went to the trust, not her.
Yep. Of course she didn't know that.
The morning Eric died, she had a plan on how she was spending Eric's money and didn't realize it was trust money.
It's over for you. Yeah.
We know that Corey Richens intended to kill Eric. The evidence proves that she intended to kill Eric.
Exactly.
In part based on her conversation with Josh Grossman shortly after killing Eric. Corey Richens asked Josh if
he'd ever killed
had
anybody.
ever killed anybody. Killed was her word. Not have you ever lost a loved one. How do you
Exactly.
agree? Not have you ever walked in and found a dead body
Exactly.
unexpectedly.
Exactly.
Not how do you respond to a tragic and horrible accident. It is have you killed.
Exactly.
And then she asked how it made him feel. She asked that because she was working through her own feelings on killing
Exactly.
and wanted Josh to help her work through those feelings. And never mind that that's a highly selfish question. She's worried about working through her feelings on killing. Never mind Josh Grossman's feelings on having had to have killed in service of his country. It was her feelings that mattered.
If you guys want to skip to the live part of this, since this has already happened, we're seeing that right now the defense is up live. So we could skip that and then come back to this. Obviously, I want to watch this, but I want to know if they're going to, what defense is saying. So if you guys want to skip to live, type 1. If you want to stick around, type 2.
The walk the dog letter. There's a lot to unpack in this. But right now, let's unpack the fact that Corey Richens says Eric gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. She goes on to talk and says, Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some.
Yeah, we could come
pain
back to
pills
it
and
if you guys want
fentanyl
to.
From Mexico. Some refers back to pain pills in Mexico from fentanyl. Sorry, pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico.
I'm kind of
Corey
down for whatever,
Richens
too.
knows 4 months after she's been arrested for Eric Richens' murder, a year and a half after she murdered him, she knows that she bought fentanyl, and she has to explain it. And how does she explain it?
If he's almost done, then we'll be barely behind and we can skip any breaks. So let's just stick around.
Murdering Eric Richens, she blames it on Eric.
Once he's done, we get to skip the whole break. Let's just watch this.
That's the sum of the evidence.
And then get back to it.
Her self-serving statement, asking her brother to testify falsely, that she brought it from Eric.
Yep.
For Eric. Year and a half after she murdered him.
Yep. Yeah, keep smiling and acting like you didn't get caught.
911 dispatcher, hey, I just bought some fentanyl for Eric.
Damn lie.
She didn't tell the paramedics. He might be dying from the fentanyl I just bought for him.
There we go.
He didn't tell the deputies that responded. He didn't tell Detective Woody. He didn't tell Dr. Ulmer. Didn't tell Christensen. Didn't tell her friends. Didn't tell her family. Exactly. All the off-ramps she had the opportunity to take to say, hey, I bought the fentanyl for Eric. She doesn't, because it did not happen. She did not concoct this story until a year and a half after she killed him. And it is a story.
It is a story. Thank you, brother.
It's a fake story that she wants her brother to testify to.
To save her ass, exactly. That's all it is.
There are, of course, other inaccuracies. Corey Richens in the Orange Notebook writes, self-servingly, when the EMT walked up to me and said he didn't make it, we did all we could, I lost it, I immediately ran to the bathroom. This is the video of when the EMT walked up to her.
You can't lie like this. I'm in the way, sorry. Where'd you throw up? Where'd you throw up?
Yeah, she said to the left. Yeah, I think the left master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically she said we went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed when she was in bed. Around 3 o'clock, moved into her bed.
We'll stop it there.
Yeah, stop it.
We could play it for several more minutes. She doesn't immediately or otherwise run to the bathroom and throw up.
She's trying to throw in details to make herself look better in these stupid things. Drinks in bed. He drinks half, brushed his teeth. See, she's giving herself.
When people make up stories, they are inconsistent in the retelling. Here, in the Orange Notebook, Corey Richens says they make the Moscow Mule and the lemon drop shot in the kitchen, and then they go to bed and brush their teeth. Here, they drink it in the bedroom, not the kitchen.
See? You can't stick to one thing because you made it all up.
Corey Richens tells her attorney, it's on the right, she tells her attorney that Eric was on the phone when she went into Ashton's bedroom. But Eric Richens' phone activity tells a different story. Corey Richens repeatedly said that she went into Ashton's bedroom 9:30, 9:45. Eric was off the phone before 9. In the Orange Notebook, Corey Richens says that Eric was awake when she went into Ashton's room. In that rambling phone call with Bryce Knutson that Chelsea Barney recorded, she suggests that he was asleep because she says when she returned to the bedroom about 3 a.m., Eric was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep.
It's
That means she was there when
over.
he fell
Exactly.
asleep.
Get
Not
the
an
hell
accident.
out of here. You jerk.
Her story is inconsistent in the details.
Because it's
That
a lie.
proves that much of it is fake.
Exactly. Thank you.
We've read text messages throughout this presentation. We'll continue to publish some more for you to read. None of those text messages were recovered from Corey Richens' phone. They were recovered from Eric's phone, Chelsea Barney's phone, Josh Grossman's phone, but not Corey Richens' phone.
Yeah, because she deleted everything.
Because they were deleted. That is part of her cover-up. When comparing the contents of the phone with few to no text messages, with the contents of the call detail records, with thousands of text messages, that's how we know they were deleted. When Detective Woody executed the first of the search warrants on April the 13th, 2022, and she informed Corey Richens that toxicology showed that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning.
Can you delete everything off
Detective
the
Woody
old
seized her phone.
iPhone
On
without
her
actually
phone
having
that she
UT?
got to replace the seized phone, on the phone that Corey Richens got to replace the seized phone,
She's high as a
These are
kite
the
all the
searches.
time because she can't spell Shinola, brother.
what was Corey Richens worried about? She was worried about the police recovering all her deleted text messages. Why? They're inculpatory. They would further prove that Corey Richens bought drugs from Carmen Lauber
Exactly.
to then murder Eric Richens.
Freaking Corey sounds like a Valley girl. Like, seriously, I didn't fucking do anything. I'm just a victim to these people who are crazy loco. Goes to my Google, types in, how to be a bad bee.
Her phone searches reveal what she was thinking. She's worried about being investigated. She's worried about having to take a lie detector test. She's worried about my office. She's worried about her seized electronics. Prison is on her mind.
She knows what she's about to do.
So is money. She's interested in the life insurance.
Very. It's not about money,
We
though.
don't know precisely when these searches were conducted. It's just not in the digital data. We have the data we have. But we do know that she hasn't been paid out yet on life insurance. And she started getting paid out in June of 2022. And this phone she got in April of 2022. So the inference is that these searches occurred between April and June of 2022.
It's a very short amount of time, too.
This one's the most insightful. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? She didn't search if someone accidentally ODs. She doesn't search if somebody is dead for unknown reasons. She searches if somebody is poisoned.
Exactly.
Because that is what happened.
It's over, bro. You can call it now. You guys forget I grew up with Lori, who was a Valley girl. She's from California. I know what it is. I know what it's like to be around something like that.
Prove that Corey Richins intended to murder Eric Richins. Which means we have to prove that Eric Richins did not commit suicide.
Exactly.
Corey herself says he didn't. No mental health concerns.
Exactly.
But the other evidence proves it as well. Eric had every reason to live. The first three of which are Carter, Ashton, and Weston. He was a phenomenal father. He protected his boys. He put his money in trust mostly for the benefit of them, to protect them. He was a protector. He's not leaving his boys. He was also planning for the future. He was a successful business person, and he and Cody had future business plans. He had future plans with his sister. They were planning family vacation to Disneyland. He was planning on buying a cabin in the Uintas with his father for the family. Every shred of evidence in this case proves that Eric did not commit suicide. This wasn't an accidental overdose. Eric Richins did not use drugs. He did not use illicit drugs. Set aside THC gummies. Corey Richins said no, never. To Deputy Wynn and Paramedic Offred. These are people that it would have made sense to tell he used illicit drugs to in the moment as Paramedic Offred's trying to save Eric's life. But no, she was honest. Nope, never. Same thing with Dr. Ulmer as they're reviewing the toxicology.
Exactly.
And trying to explain the fentanyl.
So you have
Right,
no
Dr.
idea how.
Ulmer's like, well, there's this fentanyl, really can't explain it. Did he do illicit drugs? No, never.
Just took fentanyl for the first time ever in overdose, right?
Grossman. She's honest with anybody. She's honest with Grossman. No, Eric did not use drugs.
You hold it.
Her best friend, another person she's honest with. Nope. Life insurance company? No. Chief medical examiner? No.
I see it.
And every bit of evidence that came into this case, everyone who testified and knew Eric well, his friends, his family, no, Eric didn't use illicit drugs. Not even prescription drugs.
You say, I'm silly. Silly. I'm a silly. I'm a silly.
Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break.
Oh, we're
Let's
taking a
do it.
break.
Folks, one moment, just a friendly reminder. Don't talk about the case. Don't allow anybody to talk to you about it. Do not
Carter Branson.
do anything with your devices during this break related to this case at all. We'll return at 10:20.
Okay, so we're
Please
almost
rise
caught up,
for the
guys. She's cooked, brother. Cooked. Cooked.
Then Ms. Carrington analyzed the overall debt, and it showed a growing debt picture
Yeah.
nearing $8 million in debt when
Who's
Corey
that?
Richins closed on the Midway Mansion. All the while, she's not paying it off. She's
changing
barely
the colors
sending
of
her
the
creditors any money.
lights behind me, brother.
And it's never an increasing amount of money. It's flat.
That's a lot of buttons. Gotta keep those lights on.
The payday loans
Oh, Lord God.
particularly
Sorry
showed
about that, everybody.
distress to Miss Carrington.
It's okay.
This isn't a
Scared.
traditional mortgage. This isn't even hard money lending. This is give me money today, I'll give you money when you get paid at an extraordinary, exorbitant interest rate.
Okay.
And when Brooke Carrington solved this, she sees the line here go flat. Payday lenders would no longer lend to Corey Richards. She was barely paying them off, or barely paying towards them. Corey Richards lost money flipping homes. You heard Brooke Carrington testify about the extraordinary growth and unsustainable level of growth for even sophisticated business people. Corey Richards is not a sophisticated business person. She didn't even understand fundamental accounting, fundamental tax reporting. Brooke Carrington plotted out the profitability analysis of each of Corey Richards' home flips. Corey Richards, when she bought a home, when you total up the home she bought and the loan she took out, she started her projects $2 million in the hole. When she was finished her projects, of money that Brooke could trace to expenses, she could only trace about half of it to expenses because Corey Richards did not conduct normal accounting. Corey Richards lost $469,000 on her home flips.
It's a lot of money.
But recall that Brooke Carrington testifies there's this other pot out there of $400,000 that I know she lost. I just can't trace it to a particular project. When you add those up, it's nearly $900,000 loss in flipping homes alone.
That's nuts.
Recall that Brooke Carrington said that does not count the foreclosures. While deliberating, you'll have this, and on the second page, you'll see all the foreclosures. She lost millions more in foreclosures. To include foreclosures on Chelsea Barney's home and the Midway Mansion. Corey Richards would borrow money by any means necessary. 6 times she submitted inaccurate bank statements to lenders to get money. Those bank statements reflected her business account and balances in C&E's business account. This evidence proves the level of financial desperation that Corey Richards was in late 2021 and early 2022.
Exactly.
The next level of financial desperation is taking $45,000 of your best friend's hard-earned cash tips from waitressing, telling her that you are going to apply that as a down payment to a mortgage on her house where she lives with her partner and her children.
That's so effed up, bro. I can't even.
And then diverting it to pay off diverting part of it to pay off Fund 5 Merchant, a payday lender. And spending the remainder of it, as Brooke Harrington testified, on expenses to rehabilitate homes and servicing existing debt.
Yep. That's how these people get money means more than anything in the world to them.
Then, telling your friend, your best friend, since middle school, that you applied the money to the loan, here's the deed, sign the deed, and then not filing it.
Yep.
And you will see, if you review that, Brooke Harrington's schedule that had all the property transactions, you'll see that not only did Corey Richens not file the deed, she took out another loan on the house. That's the loan that was foreclosed on, that resulted in Chelsea Barney, her partner, and their children getting evicted and losing their life savings. That is the next level of financial desperation that Corey Richens was in January 2022.
It's over.
There's the tax liabilities. In the grand scheme of the amount of debt, 150 grand in tax liabilities is de minimis, but they were on her mind. There's an interesting little nugget here. She underreported her expenses in flipping homes to her tax accountant, which resulted in her paying more taxes than she would have. One would think a sophisticated business person would think to limit their tax liability. That's not what interested Corey Richens. What interested her was the appearance of success in business, the appearance of affluence. And by underreporting her expenses, it looks like she made more money than she did, and she appeared more successful than she was.
Exactly.
Because she cared not about being successful, she cared about her facade. She cared about appearing successful. You'll recall that C&E distributed $36,000 to pay some of this $150,000 tax liability, which Corey Richens then diverted to close on a home.
Oh, Lord God.
And her tax liability was on her mind. 2 days before murdering Eric Richens, she spent over an hour and a half on the phone with the IRS. It was on her mind because if the IRS moved on her tax liabilities, Eric would find out. She had to fix it with the IRS before Eric found out.
Exactly. It's very clear.
You're familiar. Corey Richens needed cash immediately when she murdered Eric. Eric's long-term earning potential, immaterial. She wanted to close on the Midway Mansion. She had no money to refurbish it, to flip it right away, to run it as an event center. But she was going to close on it. She needed money now. Doesn't matter if Eric's going to earn a ton of money down the road. That does not help her now with the Midway Mansion. It does not help her now with servicing her existing debt. She needs money now because she's closing on the Midway Mansion on March the 4th. And when she closes on the Midway Mansion, it's worth $2.9 million. She's borrowing $3.2 million. None of it's her money. She's reaching into other people's pockets to get that money.
Mm-hmm.
Not only does she want money to purchase the Midway Mansion, she wants $87,000 for herself. She takes out $87,000 at closing, and how does she spend it? Servicing existing debt and expenses for rehabs.
It's all about money, bro. It always has been about money. It's the whole motivator here. She can act like it's not, but she wanted her children's book to sell 100,000 in the first year.
She ultimately closed on the Midway Mansion the day after she murdered Eric. There's an interesting thought here. Did she close on the Midway Mansion in spite of murdering Eric? Or did she close on it because she murdered Eric?
What's up, China
She
Clay?
hedged. She was supposed to close on the 4th. She didn't want to close until she knew Eric Richards was dead. Because she knew she would have his money. She knew she could do something with the mansion. And that's why when everybody else signed on the 4th, or in advance of the 4th, she signed on the 5th. It's unconscionable that she closed in spite of his death. It's unconscionable that she closed because of his death.
Dude. I'm telling you guys, this money's not evil in itself. It's evil, though, to do evil things for $1.
This is probably Corey Richards' true plan for the Midway Mansion.
Oh, gosh.
And if Eric had not put most of his assets into trust,
It would have
Could've
happened.
happened.
Exactly. It would have happened. I divorce and come up with millions and millions. Where the hell was all the millions coming from?
recall Brooke Harrington's testimony that after closing on the Midway Mansion, Corey Richards' liabilities were right about $8 million, and she was in the hole $1.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Her net worth was negative $1.6 million when she murdered Eric.
She wanted all that money.
And that her business was in financial distress, her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would continue to collapse. That significant infusion of cash and capital was supposed to be Eric Richards' money. You have a fortunate perspective during this case in that you get to observe the defendant. You get to observe Corey Richards. And you observe her affect with some, when some witnesses testify, and you observe her affect change when other witnesses testify. You observed that when we played the 911 call during trial, her affect was flat, no emotion. You also observe that when Brooke Harrington testified about the financial distress of her business, she was exercised, because that testimony pierced her facade. It pierced her facade of being a successful, privileged, and affluent person. It was a narcissistic injury.
Exactly.
She was bothered because the world saw that she is indeed not a success and not affluent.
She's pissed right now. You know why? Because narcissists really have a thing about creating their own image.
The bulk of Eric Richens' estate was in insurance coverage. Some of it got paid out to the trust, some of it got paid out to Corey Richens. Corey Richens knew this, knew that much of his estate was insurance coverage. And different than taking money from Eric's home equity, different than taking money from Eric's bank account, to take Eric's insurance money, Eric has to die. Now for the aggravator of administration of any substance in a lethal amount. The substance here happened to have been fentanyl. Could have been any part of the illicit street drug that she bought. Happened to be fentanyl that she administered in a Moscow Mule and a shot or a shot. But we know that's how she administered it because it was in his belly.
Yep, you
we
got
know
caught.
It was a lethal amount. The death certificate, fentanyl killed him. That's the substance, lethal amount. Can be as small as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
That quart cough is
And
real.
in this case, he had 15. 5 times what can be a lethal amount. That, by the way, is not an accident. That amount of fentanyl shows that Corey Richens wanted Eric not only dead, but good and dead.
Yeah, exactly. Be positive that he's dead.
Now, count 2, the aggravated murder. The elements are the same as count 1. The only difference is attempt. Attempt requires, as the court instructed, a substantial step. There's plenty of substantial steps, from ordering the drugs to making the Moscow Mule. Here, the aggravated murder count proves the attempted aggravated murder count and vice versa. The commonalities between Corey Richens' conduct are not coincidental. In each instance, she purchased drugs from Carmen Lauber a few days out. In each instance, she spoke with the IRS a few days out. Taxes were on her mind. Eric would find out if the IRS was after them. In each case, she had an immediate financial stressor. We just discussed closing on the Midway Mansion. If you look at Brooke Carrington's materials, she had a note due on Chelsea Barney's house shortly before February the 14th. She had an immediate financial stressor in each instance. In each instance, she administered the substance in a way that Eric would ingest it. On Valentine's Day, it was a sandwich. When she murdered him, it was a drink. Notice that she learned from her mistake.
Exactly. That's what I thought too.
One can season a sandwich with fentanyl. Eric can eat it,
But not die.
tell something's wrong, set the fentanyl-laced sandwich aside.
He needed to shoot it like a shot. Hence the shot. He didn't want to sip
You
it. She
throw a
wanted
lemon
him to
drop shot
down
back.
it. Boom.
By the time Eric would notice, the shot was in. It was in his body.
It's over.
Moscow Mule, just to be good and sure.
Exactly. Exactly. Then you cover your steps by making sure
In
there's
each
enough.
case, she leaves Eric alone. She distances
So he
herself
can die.
from the dirty deed.
Exactly.
She leaves the bedroom when she murders him. She leaves the county when she attempts to murder him. That's part of her alibi. Not only can she not be present, she has to be distant.
Defense has
So
to
that
be
when she calls
in the bed
911,
right now.
she says, I wasn't even there. I was in Utah County. And in each case, she has a delayed response, right? It's the delayed response in calling 911 when she murders him, and it's her delayed response in returning home when she failed to murder him.
It's over. It's so over, and I know that's all she's thinking in her head.
The element of, again, is it Corey Richens? Yes. She is the person with the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Nobody else. The means, illicit street drugs in the sandwich. The motive, money, fresh start at life. The opportunity, she left the sandwich in Eric's truck. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richens, right? It's attempt, so attempted to cause the death of Eric Richens. The same reasons. She told Becky Lloyd it would be better if he were dead. She wanted the Michael Jackson stuff, the lethal stuff, the fatal stuff, the stuff that kills.
Exactly.
She wanted Eric Richens' life insurance. You only get life insurance when Eric's dead. The commonalities persist. Corey Richens ordered fentanyl from Carmen Lauber, or ordered something from Carmen Lauber, the Michael Jackson stuff, the fatal stuff. Carmen says, I told her I could get her fentanyl. She said, okay, get the fentanyl. But she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber, who got them from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. Again, the volume of calls during the drug purchase between both Corey Richens and Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber. And recall, we don't have the content of the texts because they were deleted from Corey Richens' phone, deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone, and Crozier lost his phone.
It's always
The IRS
somebody
was
blowing
on
their
her
nose or
mind.
coughing.
She called him twice, 3 days before attempting to murder Eric Richens.
Man.
We know she placed the call to the Mirror Lake Diner to order a potentially fatal sandwich. We know that Corey ordered it. Corey picked it up in person. It was swiped. Don't know if you can tell that's Corey Richens' signature, but notice it's one stroke. There's no pen lift. We'll talk more about that in a minute.
That's supposed to be psycho or something.
Corey Richens then distanced herself. She left the sandwich for Eric, and she drove an hour away to meet up with Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day. There's another commonality between the attempted murder and the murder, of course. They're big days. Losing your husband on Valentine's Day, that garners extra sympathy, extra attention. Mm-hmm. Losing your husband the same day you're supposed to close on the biggest purchase of your life, that garners extra attention. The type of attention that Corey Richens
Loves.
relishes in.
Exactly. She can act like she doesn't love it. She loves it. She's so dramatic. Let's look at your texts between you and Mr. Grossman.
You heard Cody Richens testify how Eric was a cowboy when it came to injury or illness. He worked through it all. He cowboyed up. Cowboys don't go to the hospital unless they're near death. They don't even think about going to the hospital.
Oh, I hate the
unless
hospital.
They're near death.
Seriously.
And at 11:33, Eric's thinking about going to the hospital.
I hate the hospital.
And
Anything
then-
I'll avoid at all costs.
All the activity, the physical activity on his phone ceases. For 87 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Shortly after activity resumes in Eric's phone, he calls his best friend and business partner Cody Wright. We'll call Cody said he could hear the fear in Eric's voice, a fear he'd only heard twice before, both times associated with death. A fear he heard when Eric told him his mother had passed away, and a fear he heard when someone who struck Eric's truck in an automobile accident, and Eric thought that person might have passed away. He then spoke with his hunting buddy and close friend Josh Kays. You know and learn a lot about somebody when you hunt together and travel together. And Josh Kays said Eric sounded somber and serious. Josh asked Eric perhaps the two most pertinent questions: if he was going to the hospital, and what was he going to do about it? Let's turn to alley staking, singular, not plural. Clearly close with Corey. Friends since middle school. You observed the banter when Miss Staking was testifying, the banter between her and Corey Richens. It was friendly. She's still friendly with her. And Allie Staking testified about how a week or two after Valentine's Day, when Corey Richens attempted to murder Eric, when I questioned her, she said, well, Eric jokingly, kind of jokingly, maybe jokingly, said that Corey Richens tried to poison me. Perhaps joking. But Corey Richens' reaction is what was important here. Corey said no. She got defensive. That is not what happened. It was like an allergic reaction or something. It wasn't at all dramatic. She is covering up her poisoning him. Then when defense counsel questioned Ms. Staking, Ms. Staking kind of backed off the jokiness of Eric's comment and attributed the jokiness to everyone else. Allie Staking said, defense counsel questioned, what did he tell you? That he believed Corey had tried to poison him.
Is that funny though? It just doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it was one of those joking things like, I'm sending a message to Corey Richens. I know what you tried to do. I'm joking about it, but I'm going to let you know.
Yeah.
Maybe he was serious.
Yeah. We don't know.
Either way,
It's hearsay.
comes back to Corey Richens trying to poison him on Valentine's Day.
It's a third account of what Eric said. Oh yeah, make that stupid ass face. You know what you
Corey
did.
Richens
Nobody believes
repeatedly
you.
tries to cover up that she tried to murder Eric on Valentine's Day. She says she was home with him. She tells her best friend, Chelsea Barney, I was home with him. She was not.
No, she wasn't. She was
She
cheating.
was with Josh Grossman.
Exactly.
She did not come home until after 6:30 p.m. She was saying he never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. That means he broke out in hives and used an EpiPen. When she spoke with her mother on August the 22nd,
I didn't even make him
when she says she didn't put a love note
sandwich
and
those fucking idiots.
the sandwich in the front seat of his truck, she put a love note in the sandwich in the front seat of his truck. She is trying to distance herself. She is trying to cover up. She is trying to deflect.
Yeah, exactly. And she left, like you said. She left. That was the whole point. She had to get out of there. She wanted him to die while she was gone. Both times. That's how she wanted it. She wanted to administer poison, walk away.
When Eric said he was thinking about heading to the hospital, what did she say? Take a nap. Call me when you're up.
Go take a nap. Yeah, exactly.
She's saying that
instead of go to the hospital,
take a
babe.
nap and not wake
Exactly.
up.
Go to the hospital and do something because that's that bad.
When he does, Eric texts Corey.
Are you home?
He's asking if she's home because he had just said, I'm going to hospital. Then he had stopped communicating, or he said, I'm thinking about going to the hospital, and then stopped communicating for nearly 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
He's figuring she was coming home to assist him, but she wasn't.
No, she's with her boy.
She's in Provo waiting for a cabinet installer guy.
Yeah.
Maybe. She says then she's going to head home in 20 minutes. Nearly 2 hours later, question mark, where are you? You were heading home 20 minutes ago.
Let's
She
see what
responds,
bullshit she said.
what? Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. She thinks he's heading home. She's not. She's trying to figure out what to do. She's trying to figure out what to do because Eric survived. She had not planned on that.
Mm-hmm.
She is delaying to make her plan.
Mm-hmm. She didn't want to come home and
then
have him
at
die near her.
6:34, Eric texts,
Emily.
we're headed in there. Food is on the front seat of his truck. The same place she left the poisoned sandwich with the love note.
Is it really that easy to just lie like that?
Eric Richards is
Your
telling her,
husband.
I know what you did.
I'm just going up to get the installer guy. You're literally with another person.
That is the attempted aggravated murder. But that's the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same. Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, same. Similar financial distress, same. There's also the first start at life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit. Josh Grossman, it's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and he's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive the same, fresh start at life motive the same. Now the second aggravator, administration of any substance in a lethal amount. Recall Dr. Eric Christensen's testimony that hives, EpiPen, all
I just want to take 1 second and say that Tess pointed out that Eric Christensen, we talked about this when he was testifying, is the one who exhumed Tammy. So, I mean, the fact that there's so much, that's even a crossover in a sense, like that happened and he is part of both of these cases, is insanity.
With an opiate-like or an opiate allergic-like response, a pseudo-allergic response. Hives, EpiPen, along with zero activity shows that Corey Richens attempted to administer the illicit street drugs that she bought 3 days earlier from Carmen Lauber in a lethal amount. She just failed. Next slide. Okay, the insurance fraud. There are two insurance frauds. Let me distinguish them, please, for you. The first one is a scheme charge, a fraud scheme. The second one is a fraud claim charge. Count 3, the scheme charge relates to the $100,000 true stage policy. We're going to put it up in a minute. The fraud claim charge relates to the $250,000 true stage policy. The forgery, which we will get to, is a forgery related to count 3, the scheme charge. Let me unpack them now. Okay. Different than the aggravated murder and attempted aggravated murder, I'll address all elements of the insurance fraud scheme kind of at once because they all jump out of this single page. And the scheme is quite simple. Corey Richens wanted to murder Eric Richens, thus took out an insurance policy on his life to get money for murdering Eric Richens. Then she murdered Eric Richens, and then she submitted a claim to get the money. That is the scheme. And we know it was Corey Richens because everything on this application for this $100,000 true stage insurance policy returns to Corey Richens. Corey Richens received the application because she was a member of PED-FED. The application was addressed to her at her work address, so she would have been the one to receive it. If there was any questions about it, any further follow-up mailings about it, they would go to her and not to Eric. This applicant information is all her, but the partner information is all her as well. Her work address, no email address where they could contact Eric. We'll get to the Social Security number in a minute. The primary phone, that's not Eric's phone. You'll see that Eric's phone is 801-792-9317. And when you look at this closely during deliberations, you'll see that was originally a 7 that she later marked up to read like an 8. She initially wrote his correct phone number, then did not want anyone from True States to call him, so she changed the 7 to an 8. So that Eric would never know that this policy existed. After Corey Richens took $250,000 out of Eric's home equity, he put all of his insurance that he knew about into the trust. If Eric had filled this out, the beneficiary would have been the trust, not Corey Richens. Then we'll get to the signature. That's the fraud count 5 as well. It plays into this. We'll talk to it during count 3. But it's also the freestanding charge in count 5. Let's go to the next page. The Social Security number was blacked out for privacy reasons on the application we just reviewed. But you'll recall Ann Coates testifying that the last 6 digits were transposed. We all know our own Social Security numbers. We often get a little bit confused on our spouses. Eric did not sign the application. Matt Throckmorton, the handwriting expert. Eric did not sign it. It was probably a simulated forgery. Recall his testimony that Eric Richens has pen lifts in his signature. The forged one didn't have any pen lifts. You'll see Corey Richens' signature throughout this case. No pen lifts. Then, Corey Richens filed a claim for this $100,000 true stage policy. It's actually the same claim for both policies. And she said she really does not know where her husband, Eric, got the fentanyl from. Of course she knows. She ordered it from Carmen Lauber. That is the fraud scheme. Plan to kill Eric, fill out life insurance so I can get money for killing Eric, kill Eric, and then claim the money. Now for the insurance fraud claim count 4. This is the true stage $250,000 policy. This is the claimant's statement filled out. Corey Richens beneficiary, Corey Richens email, Corey Richens address. Everything about this claim says Corey Richens is submitting this claim. And then, like before, the fraud here, the falseness of it is she says she doesn't know where the fentanyl came from, when in fact she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber. And indeed, later in the Walk the Dog letter, admits to asking Carmen for fentanyl. Finally, count 5, the forgery charge. We've discussed most of the forgery when we discussed count 3. But there's this without the authority to do so element. It's not a forgery if Eric gave Corey Richens permission. The state has to prove that Corey Richens did not sign Eric's name with permission, with authority. All of the evidence in this case proves that Corey Richens does not ask for permission, she takes. She took with the home equity loan. She took other people's money. She's a taker, not an asker. Finally, like I mentioned earlier, Eric Richens, the evidence proves, would have put the trust as the beneficiary, not Corey Richens. If he had given permission, it would have been permission to make the trust the beneficiary. That's the forgery charge. Let's please now turn to Corey's motive for a fresh start at life. You heard the instructions. The state does not have to prove any motive. except for the pecuniary gain motive because it's an aggravator. But motive explains why Corey murdered Eric Richens, why she attempted to murder him. Motive explains a lot here. These texts at this point are familiar. The day after Corey Richens speaks with Becky Lloyd and tells Becky Lloyd she would be better if Eric were dead, she texts Josh Grossman that she's in love with him, a man not her husband. If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, would you? That's the day after the attempted murder. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. We're familiar with this text. We've read it already today. I ask you to read it again. This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder. This graphic shows a juxtaposition between Josh and Eric that is insightful to what Corey thinks about each of them. In each instance, she is texting, well, she is kind of simultaneously texting. These are laid out chronologically. She is simultaneously texting with both Josh and Eric about closing on the Midway mansion. And she's so excited she is so excited texting with Josh. I can't believe it. I want to celebrate with you. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Eric tries to reach out. You want a shot? Can't. Sorry, busy. Then right back to Josh Grossman. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your best friend, your lover, your go-to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. By Friday, of course, Eric Richens was dead. Corey had murdered him. She's right. Life's going to be different. She promised him. It was. Then, 16 days after Corey Richens murdered Eric, are we there yet? And then 1 month later, Corey's ready for Corey's ready for Josh to be her husband. Josh Grossman loved Corey Richens. He believed that she loved him. Not sure that's true. You saw him testify. He was gutted. As a grown-ass man, gutted. You also observed Corey Richens' affect when he testified. Flat. The evidence proves that Corey Richens murdered, attempted to murder Eric Richens, and that she committed 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. The evidence does not support any other rational explanation. The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate, is not evidence. Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Corey Richens had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking Corey's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Corey Richens went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before Eric died, his closest friend thought that he and Corey Richens were the happiest together that the friend had ever seen. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the night Eric died, he and Corey Richens had their drinks and set their cups in the sink. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show that the cups were sitting in the sink and the nanny put them in the dishwasher the next morning and they still had fluid in them. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that Eric talked to a friend named Scott Wagner at 10 p.m. the night he died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show Eric unlocked Corey Richens' phone at 10:30 p.m. the night he died, and this is the last thing that he did. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show investigators interviewed Corey over and over and over again about what happened the night that Eric died. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that law enforcement secretly recorded Corey Richens' phone conversations for over a year after Eric died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that you will hear Corey Richens telling her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. You did not hear that, although she did write it in the Walk the Dog letter 4 months after she was arrested. In listening to defense counsel's closing argument, please only consider the evidence that has been admitted.
Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, could we address something outside the presence of the jury before
Of course. Folks, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to make a motion for mistrial and make a proffer on it. First of all, at multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant, in fact, calling her a black widow, comparing her to a deadly spider, calling her a narcissist when there's been no evidence introduced to support that, no expert testimony, nothing of the nature. Furthermore, it's completely improper for the prosecution to comment on her demeanor while she sat at counsel table. That's a comment on her failure to testify. Asking the jury to take into consideration facial expressions, which in his opinion may or may not have happened. I don't know what he's basing that on, but it's improper, and it's our suggestion that is a comment on her failure to testify by revealing what her response to testimony was, is calling upon her to testify in this case. Furthermore, in the closing, there was wild speculation on what was in Corey Richens' mind, completely made up by Mr. Bloodworth with no evidence whatsoever to support it. Also, Mr. Bloodworth wrongly told the jury that giving any illicit street drugs to Mr. Richens was sufficient to support aggravated murder. That, in fact, is not true. The only drug that would support aggravated murder would be fentanyl. What he said to the contrary is not consistent with the court's instructions, and we would ask that that be corrected with a curative instruction, that they should follow the court's instructions on what it takes. It would not be sufficient if she bought some other type of drug that did not cause his death. That's just not the law. Let's see, just a moment. I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth? Forgive me. I need a little bit more detail as I go through these.
Yeah.
Which of these do you want a curative instruction regarding? In which of these are you moving for a mistrial on?
Moving for mistrial on all of it, Your Honor. The curative instruction, I think, is required by the wrongful information that giving him any illicit street drug is sufficient to support aggravated murder. That's just not true. And that's super important, because if they do believe that, there is evidence to make a finding that there was oxycodone. And there was no oxycodone found in his body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what I think requires the curative instruction. The rest of it, I don't know any way you can cure it, Your Honor.
The Utah Court of Appeals disagrees with you regarding the prosecutor's comments. A long line of cases talk about the potential prejudicial effect of an improper comment by a prosecutor only being able to be measured after the defense gives its closing and the state gives its rebuttal, and we consider any curative instructions. What's your alternative position there? I could, for example, instruct the jury that Mr. Bloodworth's observations of Ms. Richens' demeanor are not evidence, and they are to rely on their observations of Ms. Richens, if any, only.
I just don't even think that her demeanor is proper to rely upon, because she didn't
Certainly
testify.
Can be. I mean, she burst out in laughter during the showing of the decedent's body. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to tell the jury you can't possibly consider that.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have no recollection of any laughter when his body was shown.
No, it was a hypothetical, Ms. Nestor.
Oh, thank goodness.
The bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying she did that, and I was just horrified.
Please stay focused.
But I am focused. I just misheard you. I mean, is what you're asking me is, do we want a curative instruction now? Do we want to wait until later? Is that what the court is asking?
Right.
Court's indulgence for just a moment. Okay, I think we do want it now, if we can get one now.
Let's hash that out for a second. What I proposed was an instruction that the jury may rely on their own observations, if any, of Ms. Richen's demeanor in trial, but they cannot rely on counsel's statements regarding what Ms. Richen's demeanor was. I want to be clear, there were no comments regarding her silence.
Well, I mean, it's our position that when you comment on how she looked while she remained silent at counsel table, that is a comment on her silence in our estimation. But I agree that he didn't say anything specifically about silence. That instruction would be preferable to no instruction, I think.
Okay. And then the Black Widow comment was connected to comments that were made by Chelsea Barney, correct?
I mean, they came out of his mouth in closing.
And he specifically referenced Chelsea Barney's testimony. Is it your position that Chelsea Barney never used that phrase or words?
I don't recall her saying that, but it's been a long trial, and I would not want to make that I 1,000% am sure, but I certainly don't recall that.
It was in the recorded phone call with Bryce Knutson.
And then everybody is speculating as to defendant's state of mind. It's one of the factual issues that the jury will have to determine according to circumstantial evidence, because as we instruct them, there's no direct evidence of what's in her mind. Why was anything that Mr. Bloodworth said regarding the inferences that can be drawn regarding her state of mind inappropriate?
Because they were made up out of whole cloth with no evidence to back it up.
You're going to have to be more specific.
So he went to great lengths to fantasize about what she was thinking about when there's been no evidence to that. He could have certainly said, look, she could have been thinking this, she could have been thinking that. He didn't. He gave them what was in her mind, which is just based on things he made up in his own head, not based on evidence.
Why aren't they all based on his view of the evidence that came in at trial? Was there any references to evidence that did not come in?
Well, first of all, calling her a narcissist, I mean, that didn't come in. There was no testimony that she's ever been diagnosed to have a narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence at all about her mental condition. And then when he talked about her putting the reasoning why she picked certain days to get more attention, nothing about that has ever come in to play, ever. I mean, that's just one of many. He went through lots of scenarios about what she was thinking as if it was a fact, and it wasn't. So, I mean, I think he can encourage the jury to use circumstantial evidence to try to reach their own conclusions, but he can't say this was in her mind when he doesn't know.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, were there any particular points that defense counsel raised that remain unresolved in the court's mind?
Any objection to the proposed instruction regarding the jury must rely on their own observations, if any, of defendant's demeanor, but cannot consider counsel's statements regarding her demeanor?
No objection.
Okay. And then the statement regarding giving any kind of illicit street drug is sufficient to show the murder count. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that. I did catch that comment. They're not making that one up. Now, there was more, and in the total course of the state's initial opening, I think you made it clear that you were encouraging the jury to make specific findings beyond a reasonable doubt regarding each required element. Mm-hmm. There was that initial comment, though. I don't think an instruction regarding having trouble crafting a curative instruction that doesn't just give a theory of the case. What's your view of this?
Your Honor, I don't think anything needs to be cured. The state does not have to prove that the defendant intended to murder Eric Richins with fentanyl.
True.
The state only needs to prove that the defendant intended to murder him with the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
And that they contained fentanyl. Yeah.
Well, on the second element or the aggravator? Because there's a distinction there.
I think on both. She has to actually knowingly or intentionally cause the death for count one. So if she buys something that she thinks is OxyContin.
Correct.
And intends the giving of the OxyContin to kill him, and it turns out that what she got was blue M30s that had fentanyl, and
right.
It killed him. The difference between aggravated murder and murder is irrelevant. She has committed an aggravated murder. The distinction, I think, that I acknowledge is that she doesn't have to intend to kill him with fentanyl. Correct. She has to intend to kill him with poison, even if she thought she was getting one and got the other.
Correct.
As long as it worked,
correct.
She committed the crime.
Correct. And I think that's what I said throughout.
I think that is the weight of the argument overall that you made.
If there's a particular sentence I said that is different than that, then I agree we should cure it. But I don't think I said anything different than that.
On this one, Ms. Nestor, I think the better course, rather than for the court to insert itself at this point, is to allow the rest of closing to play out, and we can readdress this issue at the end.
Okay.
I expect that this issue will get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's closing and the state's rebuttal. Give me a moment to collect my thoughts regarding the others. All right, thank you. Court will be in recess until... Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I just maybe say one thing?
Yes, please.
The state did not refer to the defendant as a narcissist. The state said that that was a narcissistic injury.
Right, I got it. Okay, I'll be back. 11:40, please. We'll be in recess. All right.
Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Corey Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each of these, but first I want to talk a little more about reasonable doubt. I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt. And you have to find Corey not guilty. I put to you that every fact that the state has put forth to say that Ms. Richins is guilty has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Corey and Eric were happy that night. They were celebrating. Corey was just about to close on the Midway Mansion. rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all worth it. The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink, they go to bed, and then Corey hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An alibi or the truth? She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room, I was lying down with him. What does reason tell you? What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing during that time. Yet they have not shown you any evidence of this. They just tell you to believe it. But what does reason tell you? She gets up. She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. We all pick up our phone all the time. Been away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog. And then she goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand, gets into the bed next to her husband, again, realizes he's cold, pulls up the blanket, realizes something's wrong, and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then she makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911. A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richens is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3. What does that mean? I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Corey, and I had 2 little boys. How do you judge someone in that moment? If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman in the worst moment of her life and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve. They're asking you to judge how she is acting at that moment and then use that moment of evidence of guilt. In the opening, we pointed out, and quick, go ahead and put it on that the state looks at facts one way and sees a witch. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a widow. Here's an example. Hands over her face, curled up. A witch, hiding because she's done something wrong, or a widow, hiding and blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, what has just happened to her family and to her life. Look familiar? Portrayals of women grieving in art. Portrayals of women in grief. The state tells you during evidence that, she didn't immediately talk to Gene Richens when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him. Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? She didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom. Again, because she felt guilty, or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation no mother ever wants to have with her young sons. Their father is dead. The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone, and she has to tell those little boys, you're never going to see him again. Believe me, that conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be judged on how she handles that moment? You heard her friend Allie staking. When Allie arrived at the home that day, she said Corey was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago. She said Corey was acting as you would expect. That night, friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric. A wake is what the Irish call it. The state wants you to leap to the conclusion that that night, Corey was celebrating Eric's death. You heard Allie stalking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it light for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister. Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice during the state's closing they didn't really even talk about the investigation? Instead, they speculated. What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened, the state they determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it. This is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you favor evidence that supports a belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated, working backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richin tells her they think Corey is somehow involved. Then both Katie and Amy Richins tell Detective Woody they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Corey tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night. They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later, high up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Corey or Eric's jacket in a closet. All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't find any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house. We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom. But they could have asked for consent. Corey gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom. The entire house could have been searched that day, but they didn't do it. They didn't even ask. What else happens that morning? Officer Nguyen, he does his death checklist. He says, did he have any history of prescription abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Corey tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why in the name of God did she just not say yes? Had she said yes, we probably wouldn't all be sitting here today. She didn't say yes because she did not know how he had died. Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house 10 more times. And they still can't tell you what happened the early morning of March 4th, 2022. 10 warrants, that's a lot. That's not typical. They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial. 4 years of investigation, and they are still trying to find evidence. to make their case because they know they don't have enough. They're still trying to prove Corey Richmond's guilty. So let's talk about Todd Gabler. In comes Todd Gabler, the private investigator. Jeff O'Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the estate. Just the civil case. Seriously? He's putting trackers on the car of Corey, her mother, her brother. He's trying to track Carmen Lauber's car. He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigator is what helped advance their investigation. He testified he was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't, not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said he didn't need a babysitter while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you. He said nobody was ever in that house without me being there. That wasn't true. What he told you wasn't true. Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous times by himself. He also told you that he was completely fair and unbiased, testing two hypotheses. His hypotheses, suicide and homicide. He ignored any others, including accident. And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, Corey killed Eric. Josh told you that tainted what he thought of next. How does it not taint an interview when your opening line is, oh, Corey killed Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know. Josh told you he started looking back at things differently than he had before because of that. Like I said, he tracked Corey's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been in Sonora, Mexico? No. Nothing about that investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant at this time. Everything about this investigation was led by the Richmond family. They started on day one and they continued until trial. They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave information to the police. You know, and by the way, Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true. But he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics, to search your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation. And you know what? That is terrifying. It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI that can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have a constitution for a reason. It's to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviewed someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him.
My eyes have been rolling the whole time here.
Then he interviews Carmen Lauber. Because he was
Surprise,
told to by
motherfucker.
the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation. He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information, particularly in the letter that we saw that Corey wrote to her mother, the walk the dog letter. Now, he told you he didn't need to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter till after Corey was arrested. So, I guess the state was done. You wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her.
She's not innocent. What are you talking about?
Interestingly, they were still executing search warrants. They were still trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence. It is absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true. In fact, at least 3 things in that letter were corroborated by the state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might contradict your theory. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm. That's what you
Also
have.
remember that letter never went to anyone. So it was nothing more than thoughts on paper. That's all that letter was.
Okay.
What else didn't he do? He didn't interview the person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that, but he didn't follow up on that. He said that. He didn't follow up on where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there.
Right. Blame
He
Eric.
didn't investigate what Eric did
It's his fault,
or where
right?
he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see did Eric go to the hospital that day. In fact, he did nothing regarding that day. Nothing. What else? He didn't find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something. At least oxycodone. Where were they? I guess somebody took them, but they didn't have them. So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Corey were gone. They no longer existed. They couldn't find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone, but you know what? There was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night.
I had to fix the headphones. Sorry, they're so
So
tangled.
instead, Detective O'Driscoll says, well, we wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her, they want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story.
Okay.
Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was an awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you. Things he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember what people had told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, that might have been important because he testified the EpiPens in the house belonged to the children. Well, maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, if I could have a few minutes,
yeah,
I could find out what was said.
Exactly.
I could give you more information.
Remembers every single moment of everything.
We were in trial. He was on the stand 4 years after Eric had died.
Passion
3 years
is not
after
equal
he'd been
truth.
appointed as lead investigator. And either he wasn't prepared
man,
to
don't zoom in
testify
on him.
or he just didn't know. He is the lead investigator. Now the state elicited testimony from him that how could he possibly know the entire case? It's just too much. I couldn't know all of that information.
We were on a break.
He's the one they relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him.
Okay.
You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said, well, he ingested it. There was no evidence none, that fentanyl was put in a drink. That was argument. Argument is not evidence, and they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink, without any evidence.
I already knew it was in the drink.
To back that up.
You can go back 10 weeks, I told you.
She made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink. And the lead detective who couldn't tell you anything, he sat through this entire trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet, he still didn't know the evidence.
Yeah, get you some water. You need some water. By the way, the microphone's taller than you.
Text and the phone searches, just quickly. Deleted texts.
Mm-hmm.
They said there were deleted texts off Corey's phone, and that it looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete texts off your phone? Maybe because you were having an affair over the last 2 years? You might want to delete that off your phone before
Court TV
your
chill.
whole husband's
Don't zoom
family
in on
finds
people.
out about it.
Yeah, they're going to be
Maybe
pissed
because
off.
she was buying oxycodone.
For who?
She asked Carmen for pain pills.
Yeah, for who?
Doesn't mean she killed her husband,
Oh, really? Okay.
but you probably want that off of your phone. The
So
phone
illegal.
searches. So the evidence showed that Corey found out on April 13th that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose, I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out her husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means.
Shut the fuck up.
And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons.
Why?
Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation. She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after Eric died. All right, what do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death? It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach. We know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood. We know there was no histamine response, no anaphylaxis, so he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction.
Oh, gosh.
Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away.
Fentanyl's not peanuts. It's not available like that.
We know he had norfentanyl in his body. And this is because his body had started to metabolize the fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility.
Mm-hmm.
The fentanyl was there from a previous use.
Oh my Lord.
That was the evidence.
Yep.
That is reasonable doubt.
Yeah, you wish.
What else do we know from the ME and the toxicologist? Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And
Oh,
how do we
really?
know this?
How? Yeah, tell me.
There was only fentanyl in the blood and not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition.
Oh, Lord. You're such a damn lie.
But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol.
You just said he didn't have the
She testified
alcohol.
that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood.
Mm-hmm.
So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood.
No.
But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier.
Placed in a drink?
Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that, but they're throwing around a lot of theories. Why is that? Because they don't have one. They don't know what happened.
You're just talking with no graphs, charts, or any
Dr.
evidence.
Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME isn't held to the high standard that the state is. And there was no evidence that the autopsy couldn't have been amended at a later date if additional information was received. The ME testified, excuse me, the ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't. What else didn't they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle test? Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. Who would you be asked to do that by? Law enforcement. Again, Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory.
Why?
Evidence to support that Corey was behind Eric's death.
Why would they go that far for it?
Evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer.
Why would they be lying trying to get Corey in jail?
All right. Let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Corey ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber, interestingly, they barely mention Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who can put fentanyl into Corey's hand. Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly, a lot of it was painful to watch. And in some ways, she's sympathetic. But she is looking at multiple long prison sentences.
Yeah.
And her only way out, her only way was to testify at this trial. But what she could not do was put fentanyl in Corey Richens' hands. She told you
Corey testify?
that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Convenient.
During those interviews, she told detectives over and over again, my brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone.
Damn, 6th grade?
So what she testified to you?
Like 12.
Wasn't what she remembered.
11.
She admitted on the stand that what she testified to was what she had been shown, what she had been told. Detective O'Driscoll told you that Carmen Lauber could not remember the purchase of drugs after Eric had died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Corey was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. But you know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth, in her head. She was told by detectives in this case that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose. And Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card? Give them the details that will ensure Corey gets convicted of murder. You heard that from O'Driscoll's
Fucking
own
Monopoly guy.
He tried to explain it away. But he went in and he told this woman, get out of jail free card, give us the details to ensure Corey gets convicted of murder. She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl. The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to get Ms. Lauber to confirm what they already had decided happened.
Oh, gosh.
Again, confirmation bias.
Oh, gosh.
She told them at that first interview, I literally never dealt with fentanyl. And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl. She was afraid of fentanyl.
I don't
She
believe him,
told
sorry.
them that Corey asked for something for an investor's bad back. Maybe it was for Eric. But she told them that Corey asked for an investor's bad back. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yeah, what is that?
She told them Corey never asked for fentanyl.
What's the Michael Jackson
She
drug
admitted
then?
that she got the word fentanyl from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard.
Detectives.
She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down, and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could have written it right there at the table, I suppose. But you know what else? Remember? She also told the Assistant United States Attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. Attorney, or the Assistant U.S. Attorney, said, oh, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember. They literally offered a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card.
So
In the state's last
stupid.
question to Detective O'Driscoll, they brought up the TV show The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire House of Cards is being held up by her.
Oh, yeah, no,
And
they
now at
really
trial,
want to
3
get
years
Corey.
later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times.
Yep.
Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely on direct. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday.
She didn't want to get caught.
And you know, I didn't ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement as to what she needed to do and what she needed to say. She described her learning disability as low education. Well, you
That's
can
not a
decide what
learning
that means
disability.
for yourself, but one possibility is she has an intellectual disability.
Like?
And if that is the case,
What is
she
it?
is more vulnerable to suggestibility.
You dumb.
than
That's
most
so
people.
stupid. What's the disability?
Easy to manipulate.
No.
And they took advantage of this. We all saw it. They did too, but they had to find someone who would confirm their theory. But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that Carmen Lauber was consistent about. There were a few. Corey
Sure.
asked for some pain medication. Corey said that in the Walk the Dog letter. Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th.
Oh, but she remembers that.
Prescription oxycodone.
Okay.
Now that's important because if Corey had any pain pills before February 14th, these were likely what she had.
Okay. Right.
She said Corey never asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews.
Right.
Carmen never asked Robert Crozier for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she bought pills from Robert Crozier. That the pills she got from him were light green. 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases were more. That changed. The date changed. For the first time, she says that Crozier was the first one to say the word fentanyl. It's the first time we've heard that.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't in the interviews.
Yeah, she tried to discredit her with a learning disability, can't say what it is, calls it low education, but then she remembers
She's
all these
not
other
a
things. So she
truthful
wants her to
person.
be credible when it counts
There
for
were a couple
Corey,
of little things she laid on the stand
and not
about.
credible when it comes to
Not super
the
important,
state.
but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for her anxiety or any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story, but we didn't hear from her.
Why don't you call her?
What else did Carmen lie about? She said on that stand, and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out, my get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it. When confronted, though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She sat on the stand and she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it? Oh, yeah, I guess I drank it. But what's the most important thing she admitted to lying to? She lied to a judge. She lied to a judge by writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court. And why did she lie to that judge? She wanted to go to Vegas. And she told you on the stand, she admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas. There is a lot more at stake here than going to Vegas. She is, again, being untruthful to get what she wants. And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison. And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story, in addition to her get out of jail free card? She also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card. No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore.
See that smile?
No regular check-ins. She just had to text hi or lobber to
She thinks
Detective Maynard.
she's slick with it.
And most importantly, no more drug tests. She's still on probation. Still waiting to go to court to see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested. Is she telling you the truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know.
Drug tester then.
She got everything she wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt? You cannot.
Oh, but when she tells the truth about
and if you
when it
can't
serves
believe
you.
her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Corey Richens not guilty.
Oh, Lord God. Go sit down. Sip that water, sit down, and go sit with the smirker.
I don't want to talk about Robert Crozier.
No.
Because he's also an addict, and he also changed his story. But what makes him different?
Let's make him an addict now. That's all he is.
First,
he's an addict.
his original story was given in a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs. Not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in, and they told him he sold fentanyl.
Your client is an addict.
Fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl. And he agreed with them. And they asked, did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl? And he said, absolutely. But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, well, you sold Carmen fentanyl, Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said yes. He said, what I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her. What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lauber? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say. Not the other way around. Why do this? Why would he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story. Well, let's go back. So he gives that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Bloodworth in April of 25, before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman. And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong. He says, no, I sold Carmen oxycodone, not fentanyl. And how does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lauber in early 2022. Also, his source gave him fentanyl that was so dark it was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified to the same thing at trial. I was only selling Oxy in 2022. And not only that, he told you it was prescription Oxy from a pharmacy. So not fake Oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real Oxy. And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more than the drug expert did. He told you, light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue pills, those were 30 milligram pills. His prescription was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff. He was a pretty successful drug dealer.
Doses.
And he told you when I sold fentanyl, those pills were almost purple.
He's no Heisenberg.
What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Corey Richens. He'd never met Eric Richens. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's.
Oh, shut up.
Her freedom is at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Corey. He has nothing to gain. He just told you the truth. The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her. And we don't know where any of them are. Where are these some odd 90 to 120 pills?
Crushed and put in his
They
drink.
didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is. They didn't trace any fentanyl. So how did Eric end up ingesting fentanyl? What other reasonable explanation might there be?
Let's hear this bullshit.
You know, I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richens was a drug addict. He wasn't a Carmen Lauber. He wasn't a Robert Crozier. I don't think the evidence shows that. But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Corey to get him pain pills. He probably did.
Where's that
So what do
proof?
we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful.
Where's the proof of
He
him
had back
asking
pain.
her for that?
He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death. Look at what he was doing right before his death.
Let's hear this.
So right before his death,
Pedro Sonora.
he's texting. Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no. He texts his friend Scott Wagner. More, Pedro Sonora. From 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:36, he texts him 1, 2, 3, well, these are back and forth. But between them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts.
Okay. Your point?
He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales?
Scottsdale, Arizona?
And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul. Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Corey was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in opening that didn't come in during trial, and that's true. Strategies change during trial. But remember, we are not the ones under an obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us. We're not under an obligation to prove anything. It's them.
What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so what else do we find on that first day that Eric died? What else do they find? The hydrocodone bottle. Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? what was kept in that bottle. The bottle sitting right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed neatly in his charger. An expired prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue. And you can see the residue there. Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle. What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle? Put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle? Put them by your bed? And now that bottle's gone, and nobody knows where it is, and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either. So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl.
Oh, Winnie, nice with that. Exactly.
Maybe he thought it was something else, and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know. But they didn't. You know what else we know, though? We know he had a prescription for naltrexone. And it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used to treat Lyme disease. There's a reasonable alternative.
What is it?
Reasonable doubt.
Let's hear that.
All right, I'm going to move to motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Corey's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Corey had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. That at no time did Corey ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him.
She said, I'm going to get divorced and make millions.
That Josh loved Corey more than she loved him. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his demeanor. You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Corey was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Corey had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural, that it really didn't even seem that unusual at the time. He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Corey killed Eric.
No, it was because he was whipped.
It's not evidence of a homicide.
He met her in a mountaintop.
It isn't proof of anything. Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one. You heard there was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said. And you know what? We do not bring this up to make Eric out to be a bad person. It doesn't matter what he was doing in his personal life. That's not the point. The point is that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana, or even that he took prescriptions. The point is we all have secrets, and Eric had secrets.
So it's his fault?
But back to Josh. The best evidence that Josh was not a motive for Corey to kill her husband is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh. She didn't show up at the brunch that they'd planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even finished paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Corey changed after Eric's death. That she was grieving. That he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off. And by the way, if Corey was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses?
Yes. Because that's what irrational narcissists do.
With the state's theory.
And she wanted to sell her book for $100,000, homie. Oh, I wish I could rebuttal all this. She wanted $100,000 from her book.
Texts. Replace the words in them with different words. They stood here and made up what was inside people's heads. What they were thinking. The state has to rely on evidence. They have to prove their case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Corey killed Eric in order to be with Josh. All right, money. money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Corey a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was. Was there fake it till you make it? There seemed to be a lot of that going on. Brooke Carrington testified that money was not a priority to Corey Richards. She could have used an accountant, she said. She didn't even use QuickBooks. And this is all true. A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take a back seat to her family? Probably.
Okay.
The state also wants you to believe that Corey was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed.
That's exactly what it showed.
The evidence showed that the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Corey was not earmarked for closing. Corey could do whatever she wanted with that money. All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, that she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 she expected to come in from another flip. But then Corey was arrested and never got the opportunity to.
Oh, poor Corey. She was going to use that
That's
money
why that house
lawfully,
was
right?
used.
That's what it was for.
But you know what the evidence has shown? That Corey, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that that Midway mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night.
Mm-hmm.
If Corey was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property.
That's exactly why she'd do it.
And if you look at the state's exhibit, it's 624D, you will see that Corey actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped. She had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one too. All the foreclosures, those were all after her arrest. And something else, they say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live in it with Josh, which again, Josh said was fantasy. That wasn't going to happen.
Doesn't matter.
But if you don't believe him, look at text. Look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? And you can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells them, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to give the numbers, to the investors.
Yes.
She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state talked about in their opening and throughout trial. They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Corey's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration.
Oh, gifts,
That's
not
what those
gifts with a T.
If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time, down to the second, as a picture of the Midway Mansion.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we know about these gifts?
Mm-hmm.
We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text.
Okay.
We know that they were accessed the morning of the 4th. We know that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th. These were not about Eric's death. She wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion. It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money.
Yeah, okay.
She received less from life insurance than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She is a professional, expert witness. First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000
Stop
by the
snarling
state.
and get to the damn point. Piss me off.
A prosecution witness sitting right here today behind the prosecution. Very different than the MEs, who are just here to tell you their findings. But anyway, if you accept her testimony, the life insurance wasn't going to fix the problem anyway. Corey spent that life insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Corey? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys. And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Cody Wright testified that they made $500,000 each the last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years he made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Corey alive than dead.
You're so dumb. That's not what this is about.
Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric. 4 years later, 10,000 searches, over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses, 3 weeks of trial, the FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job, and now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than speculation and conjecture, because that's their job. It's not your job. All right, I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Corey Richens intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richens. The state has not proven this. They haven't even proven that she obtained fentanyl. They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased. As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters.
Yeah, that does matter.
Because what did he die of?
Fentanyl.
He died of fentanyl.
Exactly.
There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system.
There's also no THC. I agree with her on that.
They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl. Oh, and let me talk about Becky Lloyd for 1 minute. She said that she had a conversation after a drink or two where Corey allegedly said, things would be easier, I'd be better off if Eric was dead. But what else did you hear? You heard Becky in a recording tell the officers and investigators, I don't think I can testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. Well, maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richens accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Corey Richens not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this? And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has the rest of the elements there. She had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Corey bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, they think I left some sandwich in a truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2. He called a couple of friends and sounded upset. He joked a few days later with Corey and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he'd had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Ollie Staking. She never said that Corey got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Wouldn't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. That's it. That's their entire case.
That's the weird
He
shit
didn't
to
go to
say.
the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay.
Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, that she gets some details wrong about that day. Maybe because she didn't try to kill him, and in her memory that day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch. Well, it was breakfast. Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Corey was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it.
Okay.
None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days.
Mm-hmm.
No evidence as to what was in those calls.
Right.
No witnesses from the IRS. Speculation. Conjecture.
That's the only
Not
thing.
proof.
She's not
Reasonable
wrong.
doubt.
They didn't bring in anybody to
Okay, I'm
testify
going
to
to
those
jump
things.
quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now, remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Corey and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Corey did sign it. They have not proven that Corey forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Corey had permission to sign Eric's name on that True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare married couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay?
Not
There was no
divorced
evidence
couples
either way.
or split up couples.
She's not guilty of forgery.
Not a good idea.
All right, jumping to the
They weren't
insurance
honeys.
fraud
They weren't
counts,
even
count
together.
3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5, because this count alleges that Corey fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed Social Security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty, not guilty on count 3. Count 4 says that alleges that Corey fraudulently collected the True Stage insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Corey Richards not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven their case. They don't have the evidence that Corey Richin killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would.
Mm-hmm.
Getting close to the end.
Right. We're going to spend
Sure you'd like me to
$300,000,
stop talking.
millions of
But I have
dollars.
to tell you, I'm afraid to stop talking. Because as I stand here right now, Corey Richin is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence. I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes. And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss?
No one cares.
What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear?
Wanted to
Did
hear?
I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough?
No.
You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom, everyone watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in.
No, we don't.
But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. In that room, you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Corey Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely, none of these reach that extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room.
Oh, gosh.
First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask that you refrain from this.
Don't tell us what to do. How about that?
Instead, we ask Talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt.
Oh, gosh.
Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us and not against Corey. Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden.
Oh, you know it, Ginger Snap. Look at
But
that.
when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Corey, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state.
Oh, gosh.
Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Corey Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Corey Richins not guilty.
Now take that long-ass walk back and shut your mouth. Ain't nobody trying to hear your end of the movie. Look at this long walk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Your Honor,
steps.
15 minutes now
Holy
will save me
shit,
30
was that
minutes
a long
later.
time.
Understood. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs.
All rise to the jury.
That was a long walk. That was weird. Confusing. What a long walk that was. Skip this.
I genuinely couldn't tell if you wanted to do something on the record or just needed a break.
No, sir, just a break to, well,
Collect your thoughts. Please have a seat as you come in.
Yeah, babe. One sec, okay? By the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but Riley broke her thumb yesterday. I kid you not. The tip of her finger. She broke it.
Please have a seat.
Give me 1 second.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. Next, guys. Parlor tricks are not legal standards. Legal standards are what matter. Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions when you go back to deliberate. Reasonable doubt. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence. I've come back to this slide in rebuttal precisely because of defense's closing. There is a reason the state provided you in its slides with a cite to every single piece of evidence it argued. We told you what transcript page and line number. We told you what exhibit number. Because what the attorneys say doesn't matter. The evidence is what matters. And there's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves poisoning their spouse. But circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude facts just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is wet outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way. Does everybody know what happened here? Corey Richards chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me check something. Go back one. Corey Richards chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks. Corey Richards chose Carmen Lauber because she was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody. Corey Richards chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over her. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure. She could help her out. A little quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court. Corey Richards chose Carmen Lauber, not me. Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict.
Chris was a nice guy, but he was
She was
giggly
only at
as it
that
gets.
Maverick in Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. And those were the only 3 times he was there. Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant matter. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs, that it had fentanyl. Blues had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs. He got them from a plug, not a pharmacy. They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not a prescription bottle.
This guy does not hold back right now.
All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
So with these transactions, when Carmen
Go ahead. We've
what did
seen
she
this
tell
one
you?
again. Crozier was at the gas station 3 times. Carmen Lauber was there every time. The March drug deal. Timing of this is very interesting.
I need something to get my mind.
Shortly after Eric's death,
So she was getting high.
Carmen Lauber spoke with Corey Richards and asked, "Please tell me these pills were not for him." Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills. It's curious as to why.
Yeah, well, you got 30 to 50?
Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric. If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric. It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind, what? I
Made
don't
my
know.
mind what? High?
Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind. Which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills that kill.
we skipped right over those texts.
Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Corey had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, but because she couldn't face. She could not face the man whose son she had just murdered.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when Corey Richens is asked whether she's going to tell her children, whether she's going to talk to her children. Notice Corey Richens' reaction in the moment. To this will be Katie Richens' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Scott.
Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room.
No,
Two
they
were
weren't asleep,
awake
though.
with their ear to the door. They go out, I'm going out, please don't come out.
They weren't asleep.
We don't know. We went to bed.
Hey, Clint's here. He's gonna help. Where are my boys?
The kids are in.
This is where's my brother?
He's in this room.
No. Do I see my brother? Baby.
Corey, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now.
Yeah, they tried coming in. That's a lie. See, look at her reaction. Because she feels that. It's a human
Corey
reaction.
Richens walks away.
Mom, they don't
Katie then takes the boys upstairs. In moments of tragedy and profound sorrow, you not only comfort your children, they comfort you.
Yep. She's selling.
Corey Richens hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving.
Psychopaths practice
She doesn't want to
emotions.
see her other people see her non-reaction.
Exactly. You have to
She's not
practice
grieving
something.
because she feels no grief. She just murdered Eric.
Yeah.
You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying.
You can tell when someone's crying. She was
Deputy
fine
Wynn's
on the
body
call.
camera did catch a moment of surprise. That's the moment he informed her that he, Deputy Wynn, was sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise. She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used fentanyl because she thought she would get away with it.
Yep. Look at that.
She didn't think anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl. And the minute Deputy Wynn said, we're sending his body for an autopsy, that's her reaction.
She's trying to play that face for the public, right?
The 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone in his toxicology results.
Mm-hmm.
The only other hydrocodone reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant a bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room and the mud room of the house. Perhaps Corey Richens removed them from that bottle and staged the crime scene.
This shit funny? You're on murder trial. So if it wasn't you, you'd be
This
pissed
is also
and offended.
inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house, pills in the house, is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills. And there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None. And there is, by the way, despite what defense counsel just told you, there is no evidence that Eric Richens sent these images. He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images. Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context, not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion. Details matter. We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Corey's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better. They also viewed the distant image of the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there is no good reason these images were accessed at 8:29.
Explain that.
Corey Richens minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst minimization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Corey Richens told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richens died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Jean's wife Linda died of. That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel.
It is. It's a damn lie from hell.
She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol, and there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is. She pretended she didn't understand the word illicit. She has a master's degree.
She has a master's? How did I miss that? Well, she can't spell with shit for a master's degree.
With Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it.
Exactly.
She was really worried about the amount of alcohol.
Whatever school she got a master's
13th,
from, do not go there. You're exactly right.
Detective Woody told Corey Richens that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder.
Exactly.
Manner of death on the death certificate is immaterial. It's a box we check. It's used for statistical purposes. They turn the information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. It's murder, aggravated murder. Perhaps in a perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy. And she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish her report before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats. Eric did not ingest the THC gummy laced with fentanyl.
That's the
When
dumbest
asked
one
if
I've
she
ever
ate one
heard.
that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did. Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology
Exactly. So how the
analysis.
hell could he have overdosed if he would have taken
Eric's
a THC
blood
laced?
or gastric.
Stupid. You dumb boy, eh? It's an east side thing, eh?
The THC that they collected on the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, right, the first search warrant, it was found in the cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom. Wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died. That's where most of the gummies were. There was also a package in the kitchen, which was never searched that the night he died. But all the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of stuff was sent to the lab for testing. None of it
Laced.
confirmed any fentanyl.
Oh, there you go. So it's over.
Brian Holden. He was the state crime lab tech that testified. Detective Haskell
She's shaking.
works the
Moving her
streets
body like
of
that.
Salt Lake City, drugs his whole career. Never seen fentanyl-laced marijuana.
Yep.
That's that's cover-up. That's misdirection.
He's got her pegged so bad that she's got to just be
Corey
internally
Richens' plan,
cringed.
if it was a plan, to make money on the Midway mansion is not tethered to reality. Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, ha, ha with $3.2 million of other people's money. She is intensely ambitious. Her plan was not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers holds on this property. Not going to happen.
She named her frickin' her LLC is her frickin' name, bro. That's funny.
She asked Eric Richens for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
What is this picture of?
Okay, you can clean that one, right?
Okay, ready? Run.
Okay, I'm getting all three.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard?
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going.
Ron, turn the sexy out of here.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph.
Oh, okay. My bad, guys. I was confused what the video was, but now I understand.
This book provides kind of three pieces of insight into Corey Richens. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richens. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Corey Richens. She also wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies,
which is $1 million,
in 10 months at $5 profit a copy. That is not tethered to reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. That she would trade. She would trade on her sons and the death of her father to make money. The final things it tells you about Corey Richens is that she wanted,
bouncing.
as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it, and you can see from her writings and text messages, Orange Notebook, the notes, the Walk the Dog letter, not only did she not write it, she's not a good writer.
He said it.
But she wanted to appear as one. The appearance was what was important to her.
Smile, Corey. Smile for the camera. No, the lady next to her, the mom, is bouncing really hard.
In defense's closing, when you strip out rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, any time, anywhere, on any case, when you strip that out of defense's closing, and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the Walk the Dog letter. Corey Richens is saddled with this letter and needed to craft the defense around this letter. It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain everything. Let's unpack the letter in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Corey Richens wrote, but with what the evidence shows. The translation from what Corey Richens wrote to what the evidence shows. First part, here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted.
There you go, exactly.
Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago.
Uh-oh. He wasn't supposed to say that.
I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier. I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught. Never mind that I know this story despite Ronnie never telling me.
We need to talk about how emotionally disconnected she would have been during an affair. That matters a lot. It matters a lot.
I need to explain why everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs.
Why does she call herself Corey from the third person? It's fucking weird. That is some psycho stuff right there.
This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii. Hopefully this is enough to corroborate my entire walk the dog story.
Corey. She's
I
writing
need to
about
distance
herself.
myself from fentanyl. These are my made-up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words.
You're pegged, bro. You're done. They have a freaking heat-seeking missile on you,
If
and
Ronnie
that's why you're
does not say
smiling.
these things, I'm convicted. I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home. Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made-up story along to Ronnie.
Exactly.
That would be horrible.
Exactly. Bloodworth's on level 10 with this.
Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does not mess it up. Since his conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long.
Exactly. It's made up. Her chest is moving, bro.
Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on Eric's sisters. Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet.
Hang in there. It says hang in there, we're almost there. Who
All
writes
the
about
evidence
themselves in
this
third
case
person?
proves that Corey Richens murdered her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richens.
100%.
There is no other rational explanation for the evidence.
Exactly.
And despite all the evidence, Corey Richens clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Corey Richens doubles down and blames Eric.
Exactly.
She is intensely ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
See through her facade, check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
Judge is texting. I see you, homeboy. I see those thumbs moving. He's texting.
All right. Next step. Brittany, if you would please swear in the bailiffs that will watch over the jury during deliberations.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
12 would please stand. An important instruction. This case isn't over. You're still impaneled. Please do not talk about the case. Please do not let anyone else talk about it to you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. And do not do any research of any kind about it until I call you personally to let you know that all of these admonitions are lifted. Thank you for your ongoing service in this case. Please rise for the alternate jurors.
The ultimate juries. Oh.
Greg, can't see who's over there. Yeah, Greg, if you would let them out, I have a couple of extra instructions for the 8 remaining. Thank you.
Is that it? Or are we still live waiting for... Guys.
Okay.
It's over. It's over. There's nothing that the defense said that would made any sense to stop it.
Members of the jury, as you deliberate, you may have questions. If you do, please remember, you can write a note, give it to the bailiff. I'll review it with the lawyers, and we'll answer your questions as appropriate. Please remember, though, that the bailiff cannot answer any trial questions for you. Just as you have not been allowed to research or investigate matters on your own
during... I don't need to hear any of this. Verdict clock. Live. Oh, so we're just live waiting for the verdict. So it's been almost an hour that they've been deliberating. And so now we have a clock. It's interesting. All right, well. I don't think they're coming to a verdict today. You think? It's 3:58 there. Almost 4 o'clock. But when we were at Chad's trial, we stayed in that courtroom till like 9 o'clock at night. And the sun was still out. And we went 8. And it was weird. So we are literally on live right now. So we just hit an hour. You guys can see where my mouse is at the top above my head. We are almost at just got over an hour. So I'm assuming, I don't know, man. I mean, let's be honest. Let's talk real quick. So from what I just heard as a juror, this is unbiased. This is through everything we've heard. If I heard what I heard and then the closings came down to it, I would 100% believe that Corey killed Eric because her story doesn't have steps or add up at all. Everything against her adds up over and over and over. There's no middle ground. Oh, Emily, it was long waiting for that verdict. So we left really late in the night, like I told you. I think it was like, I don't know, it's in my phone. But we left late and came back the next day and waited for a long time again in the back, just waiting. And it was different because for Chad, it was the death penalty. And so that in itself is very different. People want to take more and more time because they're putting someone to death, which I don't even know what that feels like. So I'm not going to try to pretend. But I do think that we felt like it was an eternity. We just waited forever. Kelsey was pregnant with Carter. So that was hard too because she was tired. We got in there the evening before and then woke up and yeah, it was a lot. It was very quick. And we got like no sleep because we got in to Boise at night, like late. Like we got into bed at 12 o'clock. So yeah, that was a long one. And then yeah, that next day, like I said, we waited all day. And then we did the verdict. But that felt like the Super Bowl, bro. I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, I can't explain to you what that felt like. That verdict for Chad's was just such a relief. Like, I can't explain to you what that was like. It just, to know that the person who killed your family was held accountable and then also locked away to where no one else could ever be hurt by them again, it's a good feeling because it puts a part of it just puts to rest. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't change the circumstances. And so that's the weirdest part about, it's the most bittersweet feeling in the world because it doesn't change anything, unfortunately. But it also is the best circumstance you could possibly get. So that's what I'll say. I'm sure Eric's family will probably feel the same. It's an overwhelming emotional moment. And you feel like you are on cloud 10, but you know that things aren't going to change. So it's a very high, but what I would attribute it to like is like winning a championship in a sense, because you just have that moment and then, you know, you come down off of that. So, but what I will say is that it's very important that there's justice here. I'm going to guarantee you that she's already beyond tripled down on her fake story, and so it's not going to change, and she's not going to admit anything, of course. She's going to appeal everything. I mean, it's just going to be the same process as Lori, as almost everybody who gets caught doing what they do, is that they are going to lie. So of course, Emily. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to go ahead out on a limb and say that they're going to find her guilty. I'll honestly, more than anything, I would be beyond shocked if they come back with a verdict of not guilty. I genuinely don't know how that could possibly be a part of this deliberation. But I think, okay, let's put ourselves in their shoes. They legitimately are talking about her fate. It's not the death penalty, but it's her fate. I think that they might be able to make up their minds pretty quickly, but also just continue discussing. That's what I would do. I would say, look, this is where I'm at, but let's really hear every single person one at a time in this room, and every single person say their piece and their rationale, and just give everybody the space to talk, and then we will come to a decision. That's how I would go about it. But I think it's over. I think she's guilty. I think she's going to jail for the rest of her life for aggravated murder and all the other charges. And I have to say, the defense genuinely didn't do a thing for her. So I don't know how you could sit there and say, well, yeah, that makes sense. She, you know, those gifts were accessed on her phone, but, you know, this, and she didn't want the money. She was cheating. We need to go back to that. Let's go back to one thing. And I want to go ahead and be sensitive to anybody's circumstances, because I'm not here to cast a judgment. I'm just here to talk what I think psychologically is going on. If you are having a full-on affair with someone else for years, talking about getting divorced and having millions of dollars and being with this new person, right? Even if it's fantasy, obviously they lived in that fantasy world because they were on and off so much. And I think if Corey would have came to Josh and said, I want to marry you for real, I left my husband, I ended it, and I want to be with you, they probably would be together. So whatever. But I think that we need to just go step back just a little bit and say how emotionally disconnected she was. Let's go ahead out on a limb and say Eric was also having some kind of affair, emotionally, physically, whatever the case may be. This marriage was in some, you know, in a regard, not over, but you know what I mean, like going through as rough as it can get when it comes to bringing in another person. But I think once you go to like, I'm going to sleep with someone else and have a whole other relationship, the emotional connection to the spouse has to be so much different and more numbed. Now, I'm going to go ahead out and say my perspective on her. I think Corey's a narcissist, 100%. Her behavior shows that she's a narcissist. Corey thinks about Corey, and her actions follow suit, that she gets what she wants, and she's also really good at being the victim. So that's my personal opinion. But regardless, her actions proved to me that she was out for herself, that she was emotionally disconnected, but she just didn't want Eric to take custody of her kids. And that was the whole reasoning why she didn't just get a divorce and leave, because she thought she wouldn't get any money. She thought she'd probably be screwed, maybe even in federal prison for tax evasion from the IRS. Who knows if all of that stuff was on her mind. But being in an emotional relationship where you are having an affair for so long, I genuinely believe that is where she was. And so that's how I think she got to where she got to when it comes to taking Eric's life. And I say that because it's exactly what Lori did. I hate to use this word, but it's very important to understand context here. This was part of that monkey branch. And I want to go back to what she said when Corey said, you would marry me tomorrow if I were single, right? And she said something interesting. She said, if I asked you meaning Corey asked Josh, if I could marry you tomorrow, you would say yes. And Josh in turn says yes, meaning I have someone that I can be with forever. She didn't want to be alone. Let's just put it out there. She didn't want to be alone. So she monkey branched. And what that means is she was holding on to her husband and she had her hand on Josh and she didn't want to swing until she knew she was secured onto the other branch. And so that for me confirms how she was able to mentally get to that place to kill him, to take his money, and then also be a victim because she thought that she could sell the idea that Eric was a drug addict, that he was the one that overdosed, he was the one that did all of that. So that's where it all comes down to. And then at the end of the day, there's so much of a trail that makes logical sense. If you want to use the word logical, whatever they thought, beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, that's what I would say. It is. This stuff makes so much sense. It all correlates to the same things. Her relationship with Josh, asking an army veteran who's fought in a war as an infantryman if he's ever taken a life, asking also your boyfriend who is army infantryman if he likes pills, then buying pills from Carmen, having all of these disputes over your family, being afraid of not being seen a certain way, not having the money, having an image. Narcissists love image. Image is the most important thing. Narcissists don't want to be wrong. Narcissists want to be seen as whatever they've painted. It's like Dexter, bro. Psychopath, narcissist, whatever you want to call it. People want a certain image about them out there, because they're very self-aware of what they really are. And so they want an image out there. So that's what she wanted and somehow got to them. I think you have to be pretty psycho to kill your husband. I do. I don't think that you can get there without some kind of psychopath tendencies in your life, because what it is a void of emotions. Now, body language wise, not an expert here, but body language wise, this here and the face grabbing and the hiding, I do think they're spot on about that. And I think that was her way of selling sadness, selling the product. So that's exactly what I think. But anyway, I'm gonna go grab some water and be right back with you guys in a few minutes. Love you guys, man. Surprise, motherfricker. All right, it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. You will not believe what just happened to me. So I go downstairs. I'm like, I'm going to get some water. I'm thirsty. Cool. Yeah, get some water, Colby. No, get some water, Colby. That's good for you and your meningitis, boy, okay? Get you some water, huh? All right, well, Carter takes his poop diaper off, and homeboy just falls on the ground. He starts smearing it all over himself. He's got his hands in there. It's on his belly. I've got to do an emergency bath. I've been through hell. I mean, I couldn't get water. I couldn't even get a gosh dang drink of water. Just homeboy just all over the place. Just sick. I love the kid, but gosh. He just went for it today. So he had to take a bath at 3:30 in the afternoon and get put in jammies. So that way he can be safe from himself and me. Because I can then trust that he cannot access his diaper and his onesie unless he figures out how to open doors like a velociraptor. All right, so I've been thinking while I was doing all of those things. And listen, I don't think this is going to take very long. Now, I'm assuming the conversation is going to carry on until tomorrow. That is a possibility. It is already 4:30 there. I'm wondering if they're going to say, hey, just take it home for the night if they don't get it done by 5, which would be 4 o'clock for me, which is in 30 minutes. Possible. I don't know. Like I told you guys before, it took me a long time. Well, not me. It took a long time when I was at Chad's. And that was the only one I was there for in person. And so that was the one I waited for a long time into the night. So they were there till like 9:30. Yeah, it was late. It was really, really, really late. So, yeah. I just can't believe what just happened. That was just emergency. Run to the bath. Get him cleaned off as fast as you can. That's not what I wanted to do at that time. But I think that this will carry into tomorrow, so I would not expect a verdict today, but we're obviously not going to stop our stream if they're going to come to a verdict today and we can just get it done. Look, my personal opinion, it would not take me more than probably 2 to 3 hours at the absolute most after having a lot of conversations with everybody in the room to say my piece and hear everybody out. It shouldn't take more than that, but we'll see. I don't know. No, he wasn't crying at all. He was happy as a clam. He's in the bath. He loves the bath. I love him so much. That was just one, might be top worst thing he's ever done as far as like doing something gross. He gets into stuff all the time. Like he'll like take his yogurt and throw it and smear it. Like that's not a big deal. But like this, he's taken his diaper off a few times. He's pooped in the bath. He's done like stuff like that. But this for some reason was just the worst situation he's put me in. So, but it just felt, just kind of disrespectful, Carter. It's like, just keep your diaper on, like if you got poop in there and it's been 10 seconds, just alert an adult. He's like freaking barely one. Anyway, so that was fun. That was something that I said, look, he's going to have to always be in pants just because he can't access the diaper outside of that. So that was fun. But anyway, like I said, I really do think that this is not going to take them very long, like multiple days. I just can't imagine it taking you that long as a group. There's just no way. Okay, without any judgment, I genuinely have a question for you guys. Is there anyone in the chat, and this, I mean this, and please, anybody in the chat, if you disagree, we can have a disagreement, but let's be respectful. Does anybody in this chat believe that Corey is innocent? And if you think so, please tell me why. I would love to hear that. And if you think that she is not innocent, I'd like you to also drop it in the chat and tell me why you think she's not. Let's be our own jury right now. Let's convene. I'll start. I don't think Corey's innocent because of her Google searches, her purchasing drugs, her personal conversations, her demeanor afterwards, her obsession with money, and her affair. That is why I think all of those factors are why she's guilty. Everybody thinks she's guilty. Why do you think she's guilty? You tell me why you think. What stood out to you the most? Before the state presented, what stood out to you the most? I will always say that it was her digital footprint that stood out to me the most. The texts, the GIFs, the Google searches, all of it. The research, the Google searches are the most damning to me. You think it'll go late till tomorrow? Julia said. That's a good point, Emily. Yeah, that's a good point to put into context when you look at the fact that we have access to this information, and the only access that the jury has at all is what is presented in trial. So really strip away all that knowledge pre going into the trial, had ever heard of the case. You have no idea. You walk in day one and it's defense versus the state, and you listen to all of this, but you don't go home and research. You don't hear anybody talking about it. You have no other circumstantial evidence. You just have what's presented in the case. If I stripped my brain down, I would say the most damning things were the Google searches. I would say I don't think defense did a great job by trying to make Carmen look like she's a liar. I'm sure she did lie. No disrespect to her. I'm sure she did have to pretend like she doesn't remember things. She's trying to not go to jail. But I also think that she feels bad because she did sell Corey drugs that killed her husband. She just doesn't want to catch a case about that. I think closing would have been, though, the end. Like, when you really strip the whole case down, if you just watch that closing without watching the trial at all, if you just showed up today, this was your first day, I feel like the closing, they did such a good job on state for closing that it really would have shut the book, in my personal opinion. So I agree with you, Emmy. Yeah, I think the digital footprint was damning. I don't think you can explain that away the way that they try to. Oh, well, she was just worried, so she looked up all that stuff and worry. And I'm like, well, that's not really true. Let's be honest. That's not really the most true statement. I think she looked it up because that was what was on her mind. I don't think that an innocent person would go out of their way and think, oh, well, will I do jail time for this non-crime that I did not commit? I don't know. It just doesn't really make any logical sense to me. Yeah, walk the dog. Walk the god. Yeah, walk the dog is pretty clear. Her terminology of purchasing the drugs by itself by asking for the Michael Jackson, who is if not the most famous person besides Jesus Christ. I mean, Michael Jackson is, I think, every person you talk to in the world besides people who would be completely isolated from all civilization know who Michael Jackson is, right? And if somebody that famous dies of a drug overdose, and then you reference that to your drug dealer asking for the Michael Jackson, I don't know what else you need to say. That alone is just like enough of a red flag to say, why you are not going to kill yourself from an overdose unless you're suicidal. So why would you ask for the Michael Jackson drug and then mysteriously your spouse overdoses after you asked for that? I don't know what else you say about that. Do we really need to have a conversation about that? I mean, literally, he overdoses after you buy a drug known for overdosing. Now, where I think the state messed up is, and this is where she made a great point, they said it doesn't matter what drug was bought, and doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. It has to be proven without a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion, when it comes down to being very unbiased, that you have to prove that Corey had access to fentanyl and gave it or administered it to Eric and took his life. You can't say, well, it doesn't matter what she bought, because he didn't die from anything else. He died from fentanyl. So you have to prove that, in my opinion. How did he have fentanyl in his system that killed him? And you have to trace that back to say, yes, she bought the fentanyl, then gave it to Eric. That's the whole point. That does matter. So I think the state messed up on that one. I'm not going to lie. That was a good point. But other than that, there was really no circumstances. The deleting thing, oh, well, you might not want to find out you're cheating. Well, if you're not under investigation, why would you hide the cheating? You were going to marry the guy you were cheating with. So why would you hide that? Okay, so that doesn't add up anymore. So let's debunk that's why you deleted those messages. Let's also debunk the fact that you were very specific in what you called. You also called Dr. Eric Christensen, and line by line went through what they knew, because that was 100% her temperature checking on what they knew and can they get me on this. She also did want money, because we have a lot of proof that she was taking money from people. I can't believe they tried to explain away the $45,000. Regardless, you took the $45,000 and never signed the deed, and we just pretended like that didn't happen. That's exactly what happened. You screwed your best friend for money. And she got kicked out of a house that she thought she owned. That's a dick move by anybody's standard. Not even just a best friend. That's anybody. Can you imagine thinking, oh yeah, I own my house. I'm paying directly the mortgage for this house. I saved my money. I scraped my pennies and gave it to you so I could have a home and pay a mortgage, and find out that I don't own the house. My $45,000 went in someone's pocket and was just used for their own financial problems and paid off their loans, my money, and I don't own my house. And now it's sold after she's arrested. Can you imagine that? So we already know that that's the type of person Corey is. She didn't show back up with that $45,000, so her defense can say whatever she wants. That pissed me off. That you can't explain that away. You can't. What the defense has done this entire time is belittle important things, because when you're with the witness, as you guys remember, when we watched the trial, and I watched it from the third person when we watched it together, not from, the perspective of being in it, because when I was in it, it's very different. But the defense likes to make you corner where you have no context, and because they don't want you to give that context, because that would change the narrative. Context always matters. Context, timing matters. And so the defense spends a lot of time pulling context away and misdirecting it. It's their job. They're paid to do this. This is what they're paid to do, and this is what they do in life. Now, it is interesting because this is a sidebar, and we're going to go back to Corey, but Tess did point out that is it the main lawyer? Tess, if you're here, you let me know, but I forgot her name. The one that has emotional outbursts. You already know what I'm talking about. She was just seen in court with Tyler Robinson, who shot Charlie Kirk. And so that is who she's representing next. So I think that's I don't even know how you're going to explain that one away. But anyway, that's a whole nother case and / whole nother situation to get into that we have not talked about. So, but regardless, my point being, she does these high profile things, or at least one of them does, but you can't tell me she did her job in this circumstance by explaining that away. That doesn't make any logical sense. It just doesn't. You didn't prove that she wasn't guilty. You know what I mean? All you tried to say is the state did not prove that she was 100% without a shadow of doubt. It's not possible. Like, I don't know what planet we live on, but there's no case on the planet Earth that has ever been just open and shut because it's so clear. It's so clear that that person's guilty. There's always going to be a little bit of conjecture where we can't 100% know because it's not filmed or something of that nature, where you know for a fact that it happened. But I think it's sad because regardless, there are children who no longer have a mother or a father. This verdict now takes away the ability to have a parent at all. You've already lost your father, and it also makes it even worse because then you find out that your mom did it. And I know exactly how that feels, only not the same circumstances. But to find out your mom killed your dad is one of the most unbelievable feelings. Like it's to one of those things that's going to take it takes you a very long time. Very long time. Look, here's Tess right here. She sent this to our Discord. I'll show it to you. Here's Nestor with Tyler Robinson right there. So I forgot her name. Yeah, thank you. Nestor right there with Tyler Robinson. Yeah, how are you going to explain that one away? Whatever. I've seen a lot of those conspiracies and things like that. People saying it was his Rode Pod mic. People saying that there's people on his staff that had like one of those hidden hitman guns that's like something you pull with your fingers that doesn't make a noise. I don't know. Just all this craziness. When something's that big, what happens is when something like that with Charlie Kirk happens, it's such a convoluted mess that we get people on the internet just flying off the rails. That's where conspiracy theories, I think, go too far. It's just now it's like 30 billion different points of views trying to explain it away because everybody wants an answer. Everybody wants an answer. Everybody wants to believe that they figured out something that no one else knew, regardless of circumstances or not. He's gone, and I don't know how you're going to explain that away. So anyway, yeah, I've seen about 1 billion things, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to talk about it because I didn't even know how to feel about that. You know what I mean? Like, that was one of those things where seeing something that gruesome is too much. Seriously, I saw it like all day on X. It was just replayed on X like over and over, which I think is just, I don't think that does any good for anybody to see that, but whatever. Can't change it. Traumatizing. So yes, so we are live. This is cool. I don't think that they did this for Lori's, but obviously I was there, so I wasn't watching. This verdict clock is telling us right now that they are in deliberation as of 1 hour and 48 minutes ago. So we could be getting a verdict in the next... I would hope they get one today, but that's obviously just selfish of me. Yeah, I agree with you, Tess. It does need to be televised trial, so that, because it's already conspiracy. I don't know if I've ever seen a conspiracy besides 9/11, and obviously this just happened, and so like it's not, we're not at a point where we really have enough time to truly sit there and really sift through everything. But the two, I think, most publicly touched on, even if people have never talked about conspiracy theories, will jump on TikTok. This is where social media can have a negative down, is because people don't, we talked about this in our video the other day, people don't always do their own research outside of what they're presented with. And I think that's a mistake in life, because if you see something convincing enough, you walk with it. I watch this trial as what's presented, because this is stuff you don't get to know publicly, right? That's why it's important. Once you watch it and you take it all into consideration for yourself, then you can just say, okay, here are the facts, here is what happened, and here's what it is. Obviously, the conspiracy theories always are, well, we don't know all the information, blah, 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 goes on and on and on. When it comes down to like what happened with Charlie Kirk, the reality is he was killed, and that makes it a crime and a murder. But everybody has jumped in on that to say, well, you know, everything. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't even, if I wanted to, I couldn't spend the next 3 hours telling you all the reasons and details of that. I don't even want to try to tell you every single theory that I have personally even seen. But that is just, yeah, too much. But we might watch that. It depends. It really just depends. Like, it's just weird because I forget that this is the state of Utah, and so that's why this is all happening in Utah. But I don't know. There's a reason why, though, we didn't watch like Diddy's at all. I didn't want to. I don't even want to go there. I don't even know if I could sit through some of the Epstein stuff. I don't think I could do it. There's just certain things that are just too gruesome, and I've stumbled on some Epstein things myself that have made me start crying just looking at it. Just go listen to Crazy Candace Owens. You know, I try to give respect to people. Like, I don't have to have the same beliefs or anything of somebody, but my personal thing with Candace is I tried listening to her, and I think my personal opinion on Candace is that she has been milking this as much as you can and making probably as much money, if not more money, than anybody. I've been on one of her lives where she had like 175,000 live viewers, and she's just going on and on and on. And like every once in a while I'll see her like video pop up, because I guess it's because I interacted with it that one time. But I gotta be honest, like, holy shinola, brother. Like, I don't think I've ever seen somebody talk about one thing from one angle, well, I guess multiple angles, for about, you know, for months, just never ending. Like, and it's all just like trying to connect these dots and this and that. It's just like, whatever. Yeah, well, she's making money. She's making money, so whatever. It's unfortunate, though. Oh yeah, like why don't we do a little catch up real quick since you guys are here. So cases we've talked about haven't really moved too much. Nancy Guthrie's still missing. We're still seeing just little bits and pieces every day of something new, right? Like we talk about, here's this little thing we figured out, which is good. That's like, there's progress and some consideration, but like really it's kind of a one for all thing. You have to just figure out where she is. And then David, who we talked about a long time ago at this point, has been moved to be a primary suspect in the murder of Celeste, but I haven't even really looked into it as of lately, just because I feel like there's really no movement in a sense. So it's the same thing. It's like little bits and pieces of possibilities and conjecture. But the reality is the police and people are working on it. It's just like, we're not going to know things until a later date. That's just how that works. But those are things we've talked about that have been on the radar. Chad Daybell's doing his appeals, and yeah, that's interesting. I'm getting a lot of people are trying to come and have conversations about Chad for his appeal, as if I've ever met Chad in my entire life. Never had a conversation with him. I've never been face to face with him, like talking, never exchanged a word. Never talked to him ever in the history of my life. And what am I going to bring to your appeal? I'll bring my middle finger. How about that? I mean, literally, there's no reason for us to have a conversation, but that's just how this goes. So like, even after a case ends, this stuff goes on for a long time. And there's appeals, and you know, how many times have we heard? I think 3 times they tried to mistrial this trial alone. So I don't know. I'm also like, at this point when we talk about different cases, I don't know. I try to really make sure that I can provide some kind of understanding. There's obviously going to be a lot of cases where I just don't understand anything at all. But I feel like if it's some kind of relation of things I've experienced or seen, it's better to be able to explain those things from an inside perspective rather than just across any type of case. Because there's cases, obviously, that I just don't understand. I couldn't speak to at all. But yeah, it takes a long time. Like, things happen years and years and years later in cases. It just takes a long time for stuff like that to actually go. And then there's appeals after. So like the timeline for Chad and Lori's was like 8 years after their trials to have it all be done. No more appeals, no more anything. So that alone is, I think, just the judicial system. That's just how it works. But I'll be honest with you guys too. Like, you guys know, like, for me, it always is hard to talk about these cases. I never, honestly, if this didn't happen to my family, I wouldn't be talking about this stuff because it's just not something I've ever really paid attention to. But now that I know the reality and the stuff that people go through, and like right now there's people probably sitting in a back room. All of Eric's family are sitting in a back room, and Corey's family are somewhere, probably not together, but they're all sitting there waiting to hear a bunch of, I hate to sound any type of way, but a bunch of random people they've never met decide the fate of justice in their loved one, if he gets justice or not. Isn't that crazy? Just crazy. That's just how life is, you know? Just, they're sitting here waiting like we are. Just waiting to know if they are going to say guilty or not guilty. It's a really hard moment too. That whole time, you're just like, if they say not guilty, what are you gonna do? What if the person just walks out? Walks away. I think it's interesting in this case, though, they took a lot of time to discredit the family and say that they are the reason why the investigation was pushed. If it was the family, you know, good on them. They went and figured out things that they were trying to push for justice. If they saw things, let me go ahead and say what I can tell you definitively. What I don't believe is, I don't believe that Eric's family came together and said, hey, we're going to go get Corey. This is her fault. You know, we have no proof. We have no idea. We just don't like her. And so, you know, we know Eric has had a drug addiction, and he's you know, had all these things happening in his life, but we really want to blame Corey for this. So let's go get her. And here's some evidence. And then the police are like, well, you know what? You guys are really stand-up people. So yeah, we're just going to pick up this case. We know Corey's probably innocent because we've pulled the phone records. We've looked at texts. We've seen her Google stuff. She's probably innocent, but we don't like her, you know? So we're going to go get her. I'm not saying that there can't be situations where someone is honestly innocent that's in the defense, but come on now. You know, but it's different because unfortunately there's circumstances where, okay, so I'll give you guys differences real quick and examples. So when it comes to Lori and Chad and Alex, there was multiple murders. And so it was almost more, in my personal opinion, I think it was a little bit easier to prove in a court of law because there's so much more than just one person where there can't be a fluke. It can't be an accident. It can't just be whatever the case is, right? Plus, they were buried on Chad's property. I don't say that callously. I just say it in general because it's just the reality of the situation. So in this circumstance, though, you have one person who has been killed, but you have to prove that. When it came to Chad and Lori and Alex, you had so many people who were killed that it became a pattern, and you saw the text and you had a lot of proof. You know what I mean? A lot more proof. And a lot of people who are gone. So, you know, it's just, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, once somebody unalives someone, it's off. There's all bets off. You know what I mean? Especially your own husband, your own children. There's nobody that is not available to you. So, but in other news, was it yesterday? Wow, just yesterday. Was yesterday? Where's my watch? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday morning early at like, I don't know, 6 o'clock, Riley, we have one of those, you know, like sticks in our sliding glass door for the backyard. She was taking it out and she fell on her thumb, and I kid you not, fell on her thumb and broke her thumb. Like the tip of her thumb right here broke. So Riley has a giant like cast around her finger right now, and she is, I don't know how like in the world that happened. Like she literally just slipped over. But I don't know how, like she literally just fell on her body weight on top of the stick like perfectly, and then her thumb filled up with blood so badly that they had to drain it. So she had to go back to the hospital after they found out that it was there, and they had to drain the blood because it was so full, and it's like black and purple. Like her whole thumb is black and purple. And so it's been, obviously, you know, she's 7 years old, so she's like, it's so hard to navigate life when you have a freaking broken finger. And she's like the first one of any of our kids to break anything. I've never even broken anything really. You know, so. But yeah, I know it sucks. I'm just sad for her because like she's just little and just broke my heart, and she's just in pain, and there's just nothing you can do. You have to rest it, but it's like, how do you tell a little kid that they need to just like sit out and just like relax and not play? But oh man, I can't even imagine what Eric's family's feeling right now. It's so much worse than we are feeling. I promise you that. The kids are going crazy right now. They are having the time of their life. But I'm trying so hard to tell Riley to rest, but do you know how impossible it is when you tell a 7-year-old they need to rest? It's not going to happen. Yeah. I feel like, and I'm reading your guys' comments. I feel like Corey looks like she's the type to get revenge. I'm just being honest with you. Her face, there's something about her that makes me think she would get revenge. And I feel the same way about Lori. And you know, like I really feel like if Lori would have got out, her first thing would have been revenge. You know. So there's no clock here. There's no clock. They are literally just gonna go till they go. That's it. That's how it works. They have a certain amount of time until they're able to do that. They are literally able to just sit there. I don't know what time. I'm sure somebody at some point will say, hey, guys, just go home. It's not going to happen today. But the bailiffs are here for this, and they can go as long as they want to keep them there. And then they can say, okay, you guys come back tomorrow. We'll finish. So I'm just planning on us being here tomorrow morning, waiting for the deliberation. That's it. That's just where I'm at with it. I just don't think that anything's going to change here. So anyway, I am going to go get water. Hopefully Carter does not rip off his freaking diaper with poop all over it. And hopefully I can just get a glass of water. I'll be back in just a few minutes. This just in, Nate Eaton has reported on X, sent by Tess, who is a mod, that says that, I'll read it. I don't have a news voice. Jury is still meeting. We should know within 30 minutes if they intend to stay into the evening. Hashtag Richens. So we don't know. I highly, highly, highly doubt that if it's at the 30-minute mark, they're going to come up with a verdict in 30 minutes. Obviously, though, we can't go anywhere until we know for a fact. So this is just part of being in this circumstance when you're waiting. There's just nothing you can do. I highly doubt they're going to come back in 30 minutes and say, yeah, we have a verdict. Let's read it right now. I just don't believe that. So Tess sent me Nate Eaton's tweet. So we are just waiting. Let's just be honest. I really think we're going to be here tomorrow. And what's going to happen tomorrow is exactly what we're doing right now. We're going to come in. We're going to sit around for a long time just waiting. And then they're going to give the verdict. And you know what? That's just what it is at the end of a trial. But if they've had 2 hours, let's call it 2:45 by the time they leave, that's an extra 2 hours that they don't have to talk tomorrow, and they get to sleep on it, which, to be in a complete fairness, I do believe that you should be able to truly think about it and not be pressured into an answer. So I think going home and sleeping on it and coming back the next day is probably one of the best things you could do, because you can really hang your hat on that. But I don't know how you don't talk to your spouse about it. Like, if you went home, it'd be so hard to not lean on them and just be like, hey, this is effing me up, you know? That's where I feel like I'd be at. But I mean, obviously you want to respect the rules. And you just don't want anybody to influence you. You don't want, anybody who's on social media to tell you things that they're seeing or hearing. So I get it. But we'll probably be here tomorrow. So I would not expect a verdict in the next 30 minutes. I go to dreams with a suitcase. I got my whole country on a new wave. Yeah, so nothing new. Nothing new, unfortunately. I am hearing from an inside source, okay, that there's a lot of nerves right now. A lot of nerves. And that's to be expected. I mean, I don't think you should ever feel, you can't feel anything but nervous. But that's just, it's important to know that right now, today, tonight, and tomorrow is very nerve-wracking for the Richens. Now, I don't know. Let's talk about something real quick that we haven't really talked about. Here's what we'll say. Okay, Corey's family loves her. I get that. Loving someone and accepting that they are in the wrong exists, and you can do that. I think the problem is if you're defending her and you hear all of this evidence, you know what I mean? Like, you can't defend her bad behavior, especially if she took his life. But obviously, I do feel for them. I understand that they didn't ask for this, but at some point you have to open your eyes and be unbiased, and that's hard when you're a family member. Like, I'll just speak from experience. I had to accept that my mom and my uncle, my uncle was more believable than my mom, but I had to believe and accept that my mom wanted to murder my dad and murder my sister and murder my brother and then murder his lover's wife, and would have kept murdering, probably more children, probably would have taken Brandon's children, had been given the chance, would have helped with that. You have to come to understand and accept that this is just the reality of who they are. And not to be corny, but I just finished Breaking Bad, and that's kind of one of the main themes is acceptance of who someone is at the end. I don't want to spoil it, but at the end of Breaking Bad, there's an acceptance of something and accepting a person. And so when you accept who a person is, then, you know, it is what it is. You have to see it for what it is. So you can't defend their bad behavior because you love them. So Corey's family, if found guilty, I don't think they should spend the rest of their life trying to defend her and say that, you know, all of this stuff was all made up and she's literally did nothing wrong, blah, 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 blah. It's just too clear. But the problem is emotions really do take over in cases like this. When you love someone, it's hard to accept that. And, you know, I know a lot of people who don't accept really the full scope of, you know, what's happened to Lori. They just don't accept that. And they don't want to believe that it is as bad as it is, and that that Lori is responsible, and that no matter what kind of religious crap she's into or whatever the case may be, she is responsible for what she chose to do and her participation in murder and all the other things that she did as well, stealing, all those same things. A lot of the same things that Corey did, honestly, almost the same resume without, you know, taking your own children's lives. So even people who take lives of others wouldn't hurt their children. That's why Lori is so erratic, you know, in the religious side of it. But all I'm trying to get to is to say that Corey's family, to heal, has to accept that Corey is Corey, that she did what she did. And, you know, like I said, I would be beyond baffled. I would be baffled if they come back and go, nope, not guilty. She needs to walk free. She's done nothing wrong. We don't find her guilty. I'd be baffled. I see it pretty clearly. You know, and again, I don't come in here biasly. If defense would have put up a defense and proved through evidence, through the trial, not at the end when you can say whatever you want with no interruptions. I'm sorry, that's not the place to throw punches, in my opinion. I think you throw your punches the whole time, and then at the end you go for the knockout. I think that the defense really didn't defend her to a point to say she did nothing wrong and that this is all circumstantial, and defense and Eric Richards' family put the police up to this and needed somebody to blame. That doesn't make any sense. If Eric overdosed, I just feel like it would be pretty easy to follow and trace his steps and say, you know what? He overdosed. He bought shady stuff from Mexico or from Texas or from wherever he got it. And then he took it and he overdosed and he passed away. And Corey is just the cheating wife who didn't expect this to happen to her. In no way, shape, or form did the defense do that. That's just the truth. They did nothing to defend her. So. But those beautiful children will not have a parent at all. Nobody talks about that part. Nobody talks about that effect on people's lives. The part of losing someone who's alive to jail forever. And, you know, having a relationship with them. For the thing is, for me, my mom is so extreme. It's so much more extreme than anything I've seen. And I mean anybody that I have seen in like modern history. Because of the religion, because of the narcissism, because of the gaslighting, because like those words that everybody throws around on TikTok genuinely applies to Lori. Like from a psychological standpoint, that those words really do have serious meaning and weight, because Lori is like a textbook narcissist and a textbook gaslighter. And, you know, if you want to study what those things are, just watch her behavior and her interactions and watch her character flips. But she's a special kind of psychopath. She has a different character for each person she talks to. She has a way of softening herself. I don't see that as much in Corey. I just see more of a narcissist that gets what they want and thinks they're a freaking bad bee, you know? I don't necessarily see any of the same psychological issues. I just see the pattern. And here's the pattern. It's relationship is not what you want it to be, whatever the case is there, where you are separated, but you don't want to leave because you got young kids. And so you start to cheat in some capacity. And then it obviously progresses. And then now you basically are in two relationships. One that you wish, if it were working, you would be fully committed to, I would assume. If it was like what you want it to be. If you weren't separated and if you're actually fully back together, I don't know if you would still be cheating, but I don't know. Can't tell you. That's just circumstances. But what I see from her is I see, you know, the pattern of the cheating, the monkey branching, the making sure you have that next thing before you leave the thing that you have, which is just, in a way, people who are insecure's way of like, what's the word? Just not a guarantee, but let's call it, for lack of a better word, guaranteeing your next thing, right? Making sure that you are going to have somebody. You're not going to be alone, you know, so you have this relationship. You see how far you can go with it. I'm surprised they broke up. I don't understand that. Why go through all that and then break up? You know, that part is a little bit weird to me, but anyway, but seeing the pattern of, you know, take your husband's life, get his life insurance money, which you think is going to happen, and then, you know, try to make yourself a victim, try to make everybody else at fault, and, you know, more importantly than anything, victim blame. It's the exact same pattern in that way. You know, blame Eric. You know, make him the bad guy. Make him the one that overdosed. No one touched him. He overdosed. That's what they want to paint. You know, it's the same thing. You know, Charles came in and started a fight, grabbed a bat, attacked people. He was out of control. You know, he just lost it. And so he, you know, was killed in self-defense. And then Tylee, you know, murders JJ and then kills herself because, you know, there's no wrongdoing by the person. That is literally, though, how they think. I think that even if they don't believe it, they're selling themselves that because they have to say that. Corey, though, is interesting. When I was looking at her face, I didn't see the same thing. I didn't see a full-blown psychopath. I saw the shark eyes, obviously, when meaning like nothing in those eyes. And I saw, though, certain emotions. And yes, you know, what's funny is people who are very emotionless are very emotional as well, if that makes any sense. So like psychopaths have this weird thing. Whenever they are triggered, they're very emotional, even though they don't really have empathy and some of those other emotions. Okay, so this is from Kathy, from Nate from Facebook. Update from the court's commission director regarding Corey Richard trial. The jury has decided to stay to work past 5. We do not know how long they will deliberate for or at what point they might decide to break for the night. Again, I will send a heads up email tweet. Is he emailing people? When the verdict is reached. The verdict will be read 20 to 30 minutes after that. You know, if they're staying past 5, interesting. What do you think? Huh. Well, that's interesting. So they accepted to stay later, which I think is interesting, because that either means one of two things. They are getting close. I don't know. That's insane. Why? Why stay longer unless you're gonna pull through? Sorry, guys. 1 second. I'm just making sure we're up to date. So thank you, Kathy and Tess, for that. They sent that over also in the Discord, which is great. So thank you for that. Oh, yeah, maybe they're close. That's how I would read that. Just say, look, it's already 5 o'clock. It's 5:30 there. And so for them to be going and say, yes, we'll stay past 5, I don't know. Yeah, so there's thing. Interesting. So I would assume that they're about to read this thing off tonight. That would be my first thoughts. But like I said, because court got out not that long ago, we've only been here for 2 hours. I would say that they also could be just trying to go as fast as they can without rushing, if that makes sense. Meaning, let's just stay, let's get this done for as long as we can go. If it bleeds into tomorrow, we'll do that. But I think they might be getting ready to do it. That'd be great. But like I said, we stayed till late, very, very late in Boise. And we were there, I kid you not, I think we got back at like 10 o'clock at night. And the sun had just went down. That is always what trips me out about other places. What the hell's going on with you guys? When we were in Idaho, when we lived up there, and the snow was on the ground and stuff, it was so bright, and the sun didn't go down till like 9:30 at night. Freaking weird, bro. I'm sorry to say that. It's weird. From where I'm from now, it's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, I think what's happening right now is just simply that they're going to deliberate for a little bit longer, try to come to a verdict possibly tonight. I think they just also don't want to rush, which I get. You don't want to rush it. You don't want to, I don't know. I wouldn't get too excited though, because I just realized that it's 5:30 there. So that tweet just now doesn't really mean anything because it just happened, but it's been past 5 for a while. So if they would have said, hey, it's 5 o'clock, you guys go home, we're done, we're not doing this tonight, and all the jury was like, yep, we'll go home, we're good, we would have known that 30 minutes ago. So, all right, well, I'm gonna go check on the fam, be right back, see you guys in a minute. We'll keep talking. I do love talking to you guys. I appreciate it. So I'll be right back. Surprise, motherfucker. So I had an interesting little moment while we were not together. My daughter has been waiting to go back to Target because the toy she bought today was not working, and so I've been telling her that obviously we're not going to be able to go right now, and she's like, you have wasted my whole day. So that's interesting, because she just went to Target about an hour and a half ago, but she told me I wasted her whole day because she's been waiting to go back to fix it, and I told her it'd have to be later. And then, just as if we have always suspected, guess who's live right now? Let me just go ahead. Don't even follow it. Not subscribed. Just phone listening. And it's 15,000 people, and it says World War BB, Trump betrays America, and Charlie Kirk. And what do we got going on here? 69,000 people. It's endless. I'm sorry. It's endless. Like, I've never seen anything like that. So, not trying to be disrespectful here. I'm just saying, bro, it's crazy. Like, crazy. Like, come on. And my phone needs to chill the frick out listening, bro. Because all I said is mentioned it while we were talking on YouTube. And it wants to throw that in there. Throw that on my front page. Like, I'm waiting to watch that. I'm not. And again, at first, we were all wondering what's going on. And so there's like this idea, like, is this credible? Is any of this real? And I'm talking about like the first week or two or whatever happened after, like within a very certain amount of time. And it's just off the rails at this point. It's off the rails. Somebody has to say it. It's off the freaking rails. It's just endless. And it's like, it doesn't even matter what your political party is. Like, man, bro, it's been like 8 months straight or something of that nature. It's almost been a year, right? So like, how can you, I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to get into it. But it's listening. It's listening, I'll tell you that, because I did not look that up. All I did was tell you guys about it, and here it is, sitting there live. Like, I'm waiting for that. No, thank you. I wish we could do something else, man. I'd pull up a movie for us right now. We just sit here and chill, wait for this, because this is not going to go fast. I promise you that. Let's see. 7 months, yeah. She does. I'm sorry. Candace needs to take a chill pill, for real. She needs to calm down. Yeah, Emmy, you're right. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. So September of last year. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Now, yeah, I do remember that. But Candace is like making... Okay, so like let's just do some simple math here. She's got 77,000 people in her chat. She's got a bunch of, people throwing in different opinions. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just over the top, that's my opinion. Like, yeah. Well, imagine how much money she's made off of this. Let's just be honest. Like, she's got to be the #1 YouTube channel doing this coverage. And at first, there were some things that she was saying that was like actual like insider information or anything of that nature. But now I feel like she just like can't stop. That's my personal opinion. I don't know, man. I just think it's crazy. Like, look, I'm just gonna say this because we're all community, and this is like what's crazy is like life is so dictated by culture and political views and things like that. Like, honestly, it just bothers me because there's something beyond all of that, And if you strip that stuff away, what would our lives be like? Because there was points in life where it wasn't all ran the way it is now. And like, I'm just more interested in people as people. I'm not saying that difference of opinions can't be really big deals, right? Like, I can't sit here and say, oh yeah, well, I agree with Lori and I think that she's a goddess and she's just all these things. Like, there's obviously lines in the sand for belief systems, but I just hate that this causes such division and less conversations and more hate and more anger for everybody. Like, if you have a difference of opinion, okay, you have a difference of opinion. Like, this is what it is. I can't sit here and change it. Obviously, it just depends on what the opinion is on morality. In, like, I'm talking more like people who were like Nazis and very extreme versions of that. But can never agree with you there. Can never agree to disagree on matters of deeply immoral things. You know what I mean? So, give me 1 second, guys. Guys, I came running. I'm not even on screen. They have a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, they have a verdict. I just got a text. They're actually in court. I think we know what it is. Guys, I came running. Whoa, that's me. Okay, so we have a verdict. This is from inside, by the way. So, wow. I thought for sure we were talking about tomorrow without fail. Yes, I swear to you, I would never lie to you. Here is the reality. So I'm not ever going to say anybody's name or anything of that nature, but they are in the courtroom on that side. So it's a verdict. We're going to hear this in the next little bit. I don't even know if it's been tweeted out yet. Like I said, we have a verdict, and I think that means, I'm going to say I think this is good news, and I'll tell you why I think this is good news. I think that means that they came to a very clear, concise decision, and for me, it would be guilty, personally. Yes. Yeah, guys, don't freak out. Don't freak out. I don't even know if this is hit. I'm sure it'll hit in the next few minutes. But I just want to say that they know, and it's very sensitive, so I don't want this to try to sound like it's breaking news or anything of that. But the inside info has been very helpful for us, just because we're not like a news organization. I'm not trying to break ground here. I'm not trying to do that. I just want you guys to know what's going on, and so we're getting there. No disrespect though. I don't want that to sound disrespectful to news outlets. Obviously, they're doing a great job. It's not about anything like that. I'm not trying to disrespect them. I'm just saying my perspective is different from everybody else's. That's all. Thank you, Mary. I know. So I don't know if it's been tweeted yet. I guess I could go look myself if I really wanted to. But they've got a verdict. Nate, let's see what you got going on, Nate. Let's look at what Nate's got on. Nate just said 3 minutes ago, we have a verdict. It will be read at 6:20 p.m. Mountain DT. So Mountain Daylight Time? Is that what that is? I only know Mountain Standard Time, brother. It's happening. Wow, guys. Okay. It's happening. So it's going to happen. It's going to be read at 5:20 my time, so we've got another 20 minutes. 20 minutes, man. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. The clock did stop. We're live. So they stopped the clock at 2 hours and 57 minutes and 25 seconds. That is freaking nuts. You guys noticed that? I did not. Of course. I'm glad we're doing this together, man. You know how eerie and grueling and how hard it is for there to be a verdict. It's always hard, man. This is just, it's hard to wait for it. But a 2-hour verdict says a lot to me. Wow. But I'm really happy to have our community, man. Seriously. Wow, it just hit me, man. It's happening, man. We're about to have a verdict. I'm going to put that on our YouTube page as well. Just so we have people. I know there's a lot of people who haven't watched this, which is totally understandable. But we're going to put it out there. We are watching. You guys get to hear me write this. We are watching the Corey Richins verdict that happens in 20 minutes. Give or take, but whatever. Okay. So, I'm downstairs. Oh, crap. I gotta go get the girls' chicken nuggets out of the air fryer. Okay, listen. I will be right back. This stream is not going anywhere. I personally will be right back. Just give me a minute. I gotta make sure the girls have their stuff. And I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. crazy or what? What's up, everybody? About to give Carter over for his little tubby, and I'll be with you in just a minute. Surprise, motherfricker. I'm back at it again, baby. All right, so listen. If everybody, I'm just going to ask you this nicely, okay? Because I want to respect all of us who have been waiting for this all day. So if you do happen to see a tweet from somebody who's inside and reports that there is something of that nature, like somebody tells you the verdict or somebody tweets it out, and you see it before we get to see it, because I'm sure we're on a little bit of a delay, just like we were last time. Please leave it out of the chat. Please, just out of respect for all of us, do not tweet. Do not tell us if you see a tweet or if you guys get inside information. I mean, I'm sure maybe some people texting and things like that. But please do not say the verdict. Let us all find out what it is here on the live as it's read out. No, it will happen right now, literally in 5 minutes. So they said 6:20. Right now it is 5:15 in Utah. It's 6:15 in Utah. My bad. It's 6:15 in Utah. It's 5:15 for me. But in Utah, it is 5 minutes away from being read. So we're on our way. But yes, please. That was Carter, by the way. He was in his diaper, and I brought him in here just for a second, and I was doing this to his lips, and he just kept making the loud noises. So I thought you guys would enjoy that. But yeah, thank you guys. Look, we already have a verdict in our own minds, but let's just be respectful of the fact that it's, it's been a long couple weeks that we've been here together. So I'd rather react and see it at the same time, meaning live here on the Court TV feed, just like everybody else. But there's going to be people who are in the courtroom who will probably tweet it the second that it is reached. And you know what? I don't want to read that. I don't want to just read it. Yeah, we've had Carter on here twice today. He's been on one today. Anyway, we got 3 minutes. What we got going on for 3 minutes, huh? We play a little music for you. How about that? Play a little intro song here. Just get this popping and rocking. No stopping. I'm not going to play this for 3 minutes. I turn on my Everybody Rock Your Body, but that was not me. That was not me, by the way. I don't know what the frick that was. But, whoa, Colby. You guys know you like that intro. That was probably the hardest intro I've ever done. If you missed that intro from the video from this weekend, from Saturday, I want to say, or was that Friday? Friday night, you've got to go watch that, man. That was next level. Is she not guilty? I don't know. I think she's guilty. By the way, nobody's spoiling it. They're just saying that they think she's guilty. I think she's guilty as well. I think the only reason that they deliberated for freaking less than 3 hours is because it's so clear cut that she's guilty, and they just needed to. Also, I'm sure they want to freaking go home, bro. This is not fun. But you have to understand that the ramifications of her being guilty also are justice, but it also changes her kids' lives forever, changes the trajectory for everything. It doesn't mean that it doesn't need to happen. It's just the reality that there's so many people affected by these kinds of things, which is why you can tell. I don't think a lot of people think anything through when they do stuff like this. They just don't think about anybody but themselves. So I think people who kill people, especially like this, like spouses, to try to collect money, they're only thinking about themselves in the moment, and there's nothing more to it. Very fast verdict. You're exactly right. But, I mean, she doesn't understand what she took from the world. She took a person from the world, a great man, a nice man, a father, a son. I don't want to even use the word husband, but a husband, a friend, a brother. And then she took, you know, her kids' lives away. She ruined her kids' lives forever. Changed the trajectory of their life because she wanted to do things herself. That's just how you have to see it. There's people who never get to see their brother or their son or their best friend or, you know, somebody meaningful in their life to them ever again because of selfishness. Yep, exactly. Cali girl, it's exactly right. That's unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, that's why we got to stay. I keep everything here because that the verdict will just happen and you won't even be paying attention. So for you guys, wow, in Eastern, it's at 8:20 and it's 6:20 for Mountain Time. And we're on Mountain Standard, so it's 5. So we're 1 minute over. Exactly, Monica. Just get a divorce. Just get a divorce. It doesn't matter what the ramifications are of the divorce. I would say that's your only other option besides making it work. Taking a life is not even on the table, but for some people it is on the table, I guess. I don't know. It's psychotic. But you're not just getting rid of your husband. Like, that's why it's so selfish. I think in their minds it's their problem that they want to fix. And so they get to just say, well, I'm getting rid of my problem. No, you're the problem, number one. Number two, you're ruining lives way more than you can ever even think that you did. You have no idea how many people it's going to affect. But I really do hope that there is justice right now. But it's 5:20 here, so I don't understand what we're waiting for here. Saint Curiosity said, agree, get a divorce before cheating. Exactly. The Gil 4D says it's midnight in the UK. Wow. You're a soldier over there. I don't even think I've made it past midnight. I haven't seen a New Year's, and I can't even tell you how long. I'm usually out like a light. I'm like, I love to get some sleep because I don't get a lot of it. Any minute, yeah. Well, they like to lie to us, don't they? Exactly, Mary. It really just comes down to, like, taking their life is not an option. What the hell? It's not on the table of rational thought or thought at all. You just leave and you make it work for what it is, even if it doesn't go your way. But, some people think that taking a life is the option. which it's not. Yeah, they just don't know. Oh, that's awesome, Gil. Good to see you. Yeah, I'll tell you this. It really comes down to that the ripple effect is never on these people's brains. They really are that selfish. That's why you have to understand the narcissism that goes behind this. This is what real narcissism is. It's not selfishness like what people think. It might just be like, oh, someone's really selfish. I mean, they don't think outside of themselves almost at all. Like, their needs are the most important thing in the world, and they do whatever they need to do to fill themselves and their needs. And the problem with that is that it doesn't bring you any happiness to be selfish. So for her to cheat, you know, she can say that Eric had affairs or whatever the case is. There was no proof that Eric was having an affair. You know what we did prove, though, through texts and through a testimony of a man, was that Corey was cheating. So say whatever you want. It's all conjecture when it comes down to it. Why didn't you call Eric's supposed lovers? Why didn't you call any of that, right? Where was that? Call it. If that's, call the person up and tell him to show up and prove that he was cheating. They called Nancy Joe, which was Charles's date, right? And even then, that proved that he said that they weren't as divorced or as divorced as Charles had said they were. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It still was them pulling somebody in like that. And she was the last person to talk to Charles or see him in person like that. I think they will. I think they're going to find her guilty. Exactly. Kelly said they don't think about consequences. That's exactly right. Yes, I really do. And I'm praying for justice right now for Eric and his family. They deserve that. And they deserve whatever peace you can possibly gain from this situation. Is once this verdict is done and things move forward, you get to put that part of that away. Not saying it changes anything. I think that's a misconception. Like, justice is amazing, but it doesn't, you still live in the reality every day. It's not a movie. You don't get to turn the TV off. It's real. So they have to live with the consequences of Corey's actions for the rest of their lives. But, you know, it's unfortunate. But this part of the like, knowing that she can't hurt anybody else, knowing that that is the case, is more important than anything, really, outside of, you know, obviously the justice that comes with it. But putting away a dangerous person has a peace. There's peace to that, in a sense, because they can't come out into the world and hurt anybody else that you love. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I got to get some food too, man. It is. You know, this is the point, though, for Lori. Like, she's going to be known, but she doesn't have that same hold. And the thing is with Lori is that her being her own lawyer and stuff, she knew that that was her opportunity for her voice to be heard. And she knew what she was doing. And so that just tells you a lot about her character. She's a special case, man. It's very, very, it's unlike anything I've ever seen anywhere else in any kind of case that I've watched, past or present, of anybody who's as narcissistic and nuts as Lori is. But yeah, she's what does she have now? Nothing. It's the consequences of those types of actions. Being a mass murderer. Tess is feeling it. I feel it, man. I feel I have like a little adrenaline rush or something like that. It just feels weird. We're just waiting. I mean, we're 10 minutes past when we were supposed to go. Someone said they're waiting for Eric's dad, so maybe that's the case. I'm not seeing anything else, though. Rebel Mama of 5, thank you. Okay, so they're still waiting. They're still waiting for Eric's dad. So he must have went off somewhere else and had to get all the way back. Oh, you know what I just realized? I miss both of the Arizona verdicts because I'm far from the courthouse, so like getting there in a timely manner. So I remember for Charles's, this is how this all happened. For Charles's, they were going to read his. They got a verdict and they're like, you have to be here in 30 minutes, and I'm like, there's no way. Like, unless you want to police escort me in a jet or a helicopter, I'm not going to be there in 30 minutes. So I just like, all right, whatever. Like, we'll just watch it. And I'm like, if we're going to watch it, then we're all going to watch it together. And I really do appreciate you guys watching that with me. But then same thing happened with Brandon's. It's like, it's such a rush to get there. Like, you have just no time. If you're not there, which again, you don't know when the verdict's going to be. And because of Idaho, I was like, oh, I'll come, closer to if they like are, somebody will tell me and I'll try to get there as fast as I can. But they gave the verdict about Lori being guilty for Brandon on the way to Phoenix. And so I got there as everybody was coming outside and I was freaking out. You guys saw the video. I walked in. I was live with you guys. And I walked in with it and I'm like, are they gone? Like, is everybody gone? And the security guard's like, yeah, they're all gone. I was like, all right, like, frick, bro. And so I turn, right as I turn, I see Kay and Brandon and everybody walking out. So on the video, I'm like waving them down. I'm like, wait. And then we all walked out there at the end. But it's so emotional. I can't explain to you what it feels like. It's as emotional as you can possibly get because it's just like everything that happened in 2019 now in 2025 coming to an end in a court sense, and there's no more of this. Now it's just like put it all that part to rest and have healing. It's got to feel the exact same way here. So it's a big deal. Thank you, Mary. Glad to do this with you guys. Yeah, I was tripping, bro. Oh, here he is. Oh my gosh. All right, for real. Oh, thank you, Just Becky. Oh my gosh, here we go, guys.
We're back on the record in 231-500-139, State of Utah versus Corey Richens. Counsel for the state and the defendant are present. Ms. Richens is present as well. The court is informed that the jury has reached a verdict. I do not know what it is. We'll invite the jury in a moment. When I do, I'll ask the foreperson a simple yes or no question. Have you reached a unanimous verdict? I expect that person will say yes. I'll ask them to hand the verdict to the bailiff, hand it to me. I will read the verdict. This brings me to important instruction number 1. There can be no outward reactions whatsoever to the verdict. These folks are here against their will. They, all the lawyers, Ms. Richens, every attendee, my court staff, the bailiffs, everybody deserves your respect. There simply cannot be any outward reactions.
Okay.
You have to keep your hands folded in your lap. If you feel overcome with emotion, just look down. We cannot have any outward reaction. Second, once the verdict is read and the jury is discharged, you need to stay seated and follow the deputy's instructions about how we will leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. If anybody in here can't follow these instructions, this is your chance to leave.
Okay.
All right. Fair warning. Counsel, Ms. Richens, it is my practice to ask all the lawyers and the defendant to stand in respect for the jury as I read the verdict.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my
Mr. Bloodworth,
gosh,
are we
bro.
ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
We are.
All right.
Dude, no freaking way. She's going to crumble. Her body's going to crumble. I don't have to promise anything because I'm not there, so I can have as many outwards or reactions as I want. Holy crap, I feel it. I feel it on my stomach. Look, she is so freaking nervous. She knows. She's breathing as much as she can. Breathe in that air, Corey.
I do not. Do you want me to?
Oh. She wasn't. I can't tell if she was crying. She doesn't even look like she shed a tear. She is wiping her nose now, though. I can outburst as much as I want. Oh, shoot, my phone's gonna die.
Oh.
Don't die on me, phone. Where's the charger? No.
Okay.
This is way more intense than I thought it was gonna be. Dang. My damn charger go. Damn it. Here we go. The phone is on 6%, bro. I don't think it's gonna stay, and I'm trying to figure that out before everybody comes in. Oh no. Oh no. Rise for the jury. Phone, why would you do this now?
Folks, please have a seat as you come in.
There it is. I found it.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, would the foreperson you've selected please stand?
Forget. Phone dies, it dies.
May I ask you a yes or no question? Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy, and you can have a seat. Thank you.
There it is. It's happening. This is it. Oh my gosh, bro. Everybody breathe.
All right. Counsel, Ms. Richards,
Stand up.
please stand.
Oh my gosh. Why am I tripping, bro?
Count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richens, is guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richens, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richens, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richens, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richens, is guilty of forgery.
Moly.
It's signed by the foreperson. Please have a seat.
Get your ass on. That's what you get for murdering your
Madam
freaking
Foreperson,
husband.
is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat.
That's what you get for murdering your freaking husband.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, do you wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, please.
Oh my gosh,
Folks, I'll ask
bro.
you the same yes or no question, one at a time, starting on my left, working this way. Front row first. If you could show me your lanyard number as I ask you. Juror number 5, is this the verdict you voted in favor of?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this the verdict you voted in favor of? Juror number 3. I can't see your number, I'm so sorry. The foreperson, I just need to ask you again, I'm sorry. Juror number 2.
Yes, it is.
Juror number 1.
That's what happens when you freaking do this crap like that.
Sir. Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
All right.
There it is.
Counsel, is there anything further on this case before the jury is discharged? Mr. Bloodworth.
Get on.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Don't come back.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is now finished.
Wow,
Thank you
bro.
for your service.
Holy
The
crap.
American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both.
I'm gonna
you
cry,
serve
bro.
justice by your fair and impartial decision. All of my previous admonitions are now lifted. You may speak about this case with anyone or with no one at all. It is entirely up to you. You might be contacted in the future by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk with them or with anyone else, but you may if you would like. The choice is yours entirely. I'm now turning to the attorneys and instructing them to honor your wishes as officers of the court if you indicate that you do not want to talk about this case. If you do talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences they may have shared with you during deliberation are not yours to share with others. Thank you, all of you, for your service.
Wow.
Please rise for the jury.
That's what happens. That's what freaking happens, you freaking monster. What'd you think was gonna happen? You're gonna walk out of there freaking happy-go-lucky? What are you shocked about? You finally got your ass pinned for something that you actually did.
All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lewis, we need to get a pre-sentence investigation report, and we need to set sentencing. I imagine, Mr. Bloodworth, that the state would request that that be special set.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, does defendant waive
We all saw
the
it.
45-day limit for sentencing?
Yes, we will.
All right. Let me call up my calendar.
I can't believe it.
Should we be looking in May, Ms. Lewis?
That's fine.
Do you have a sense of it, Mr. Bloodworth? April is not possible. In May, do you have a sense of when would be appropriate?
Your Honor, can I step back and
Holy
talk to the
crap,
victim's family?
dude.
Sure. And Ms. Lewis, if you need a moment to confer with anyone.
Wow, man, justice for Eric. Look at that relief. Look at that relief on that family's face. You guys deserve it, man. Sorry this freaking happened.
Your Honor, any day in May works.
Without having to move something, which I am, of course, willing to do, I could do it during the week of May 25 or the morning of May 13. But if those times don't work, or if the week of May 25 is too far out, I'll move something to accommodate council schedules. Ms. Lewis, why don't I begin with you?
Either of those days would work for the defense.
Is a morning enough time?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. We'll set sentencing for 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 13th.
Congratulations, guys.
We're hereby referring Ms.
Congratulations
Richards
to
for
the
the
Richards
preparation of a
family.
pre-sentence investigation report. Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Richards, I'll see you again, May 13, 9:30 a.m. I need everyone to stay seated, follow the instructions of the Summit County deputies. The court is in recess. Travel safely.
Holy crap. I can't freaking believe it. I mean, they knew it. We knew it. We knew it the whole time. She chose not to say anything, just so we're all aware. Like, she did not want to talk. That was her choice. She just elected to not say anything, and so that's on her. She could have testified. She could have testified, and she didn't. So, I don't know. Unbelievable, man. Congratulations to the Richens family on justice for your loved one, for Eric. This isn't going to change what happens in your life. When it comes to moving forward, you're always going to miss him and love him, but at least this part is done, man. I think what hit me in the heart is just knowing that her kids now no longer have parents at all. They have to see their mom from behind a jail cell for murdering their dad. It's an unbelievable road ahead for those beautiful kids. And so hopefully they know that I will do anything I possibly can to help them in any way, shape, or form, because it's unfair. It's absolutely not their fault at all. It's just so unfair. Anyway, well, I feel like it was all going to happen this way. I love and appreciate you guys. We streamed today for 6 hours and 42 minutes, almost 7 hours. We got justice for him. I mean, we didn't do anything, but I think we all collectively wanted justice for Eric and wanted it to be this verdict. So I'm grateful for that. I'm so glad to be here to support in any way, shape, or form that I can for them. So appreciate you guys. Love you. Have a great rest of your day. I'll be back with you tomorrow. We're obviously going to need to think about this, and you know, we'll see what comes next. Love you and appreciate you guys, man. And have a great rest of your night. Be safe. Mods, thank you so much for everything. You guys are absolutely amazing. And to all of our community, you guys are amazing too. Love you guys. Thank you.